Head of Implementation at Easy Business NGO, and today we're happy to welcome you at our EuroDialogues event, expert talk on the topic how can Ukraine strengthen the EU strategic autonomy, economy, regional development and cross-border cooperation. Today we have two working languages, English and Ukrainian. So those who are offline with here the whole, you can come back there and pick up headsets. You see our colleague is waving his friend. Please approach him and take your headset. And for our Zoom colleagues, I assume we have around 40 participants joining our online translation broadcasting, including self-governance, representative embassies, ministries of Romania, representatives of Finland, of Netherlands, of Canada and other countries, employees of international technical assistance projects. We have analytical think tanks, analytical organizations represented here. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have quite intense program agenda, which includes 3 panel discussions and 2 open talk presentations. Today we are working until 3:30 p.m. and we will be happy to see you participating throughout the events. We're also about to have a lunch break. Thank you, Creative States, for arranging this venue for us today. And I think that's it for me on housekeeping things. So 2 languages. If you join us in Zoom, you can click on the globe icon and pick either Ukrainian or English language to listen to our event. And once again, let me note that today's event is organized as part of our cooperation and as part of our project supported by the International Renaissance Foundation, analytical support of Ukrainians integration and integration into EU value chains. So we are sincerely grateful to International Renaissance Foundation for this opportunity to conduct our studies, discuss them, and so look for important solutions, important both for Ukraine during this challenging time and for European Union, so we can find new ways to enhance each other even during this probably most challenging years, months and days for Ukrainian history. So once again, I'm sincerely grateful for your attendance. We are based in Kiev studio in the bomb shelter level -1, so we may continue even during air raid alarms. And now I would like to turn to both Dmitros, if you don't mind. Now I would like to give a floor to Mr. Dmitry Levchuk, chairman of the board and CEO of Easy Business NGO. Dmitry, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, I'm sincerely grateful to our online and offline participants for showing interest to this important event. For us, for Easy Business, Euro integration is one of the key directions of our activities since the very creation of our organizations back in 2014. During the Revolution of Dignity, we started our active activities and improving business workflows. But Euro integration is about operations, is about directions of work for organization. So after the start of the full-scale invasion in 2022, we have focused more attention on this area. We have supported the governmental office on Euro integration. We have supported the Ukrainian government in general in preparing responses to the European Union accession survey. We have helped with the preparation of other important documents related to Euro integration, but since we are a think tank more focused on economic development issues, we are sincerely grateful to International Renaissance Foundation for their support for enabling this project focused on analytical support of Euro integration and integration with the added value chain. And previously, last year, We have presented our research on EU accession negotiation framework, including the experience of Western Balkanian states. And today, Ukraine is facing new challenges, and we are getting ready to face it. I mean, it's official start of kickoff of negotiations on accession to the European Union. And here, it's important to understand how Ukraine can enhance the EU strategic autonomy. So, how Ukraine's accession can become a potential win-win strategy both for Ukraine and for European partners. So, today we are going to discuss two really important topics. First is how can Ukraine benefit from joining EU in terms of better integration into EU's value chain. So we will represent results of our studies on choosing the commodity groups and sectors for Ukraine on foreign markets. And second is how Ukraine accession to EU may influence the EU's central and eastern countries' economies, because this process have already started previously, even back during 2004, 2014, when Croatia joined EU. The economies have changed, have transformed, and I believe that Ukraine may indeed help the EU to reconsider the idea of strategic economy and become much stronger global player. So please kindly take part in participate in these discussions. Once again, thank you so much for showing interest for this event, and I hope we're going to have really productive discussions. Okay, thank you so much, Dmitro. And now I would like to give a floor to Dmitro Shulga, Director of the Europe Involved program at the International Renaissance Foundation. Thank you so much. This is extremely interesting event. We are expecting extremely interesting presentations and discussions, because it's clear that Ukraine's Euro integration is our historical value choice. It's in our constitution. We know why we want to join the EU. But a very interesting question is how Ukraine can be useful for the EU. It's not that obvious, but let's try to answer it. First of all, it's a geopolitical expansion. I think it's a quite mainstream idea in EU now. But in addition to geopolitics, in addition to security, what else can be offered to the EU? As well, now, last year, we have witnessed that in relationships with our neighbors, our key advocates in the EU accession ideas, the economic issues sometimes evoke quite controversial discussions and ideas between us and certain EU member states. So it's really important for us to expand and enhance this discussion. What does Ukraine have to offer in terms of benefiting EU, not just in geopolitical and security area, but also in terms of regional developments, in terms of economy. And I believe that this is one of the first discussion on this topic. I expect it to be really interesting and useful for everyone. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Dmitro. And now I'm happy to introduce to you our next panelists. Our first panel discussion will be on a topic on how EU-Ukraine accession negotiations can strengthen the EU strategic economy. And now I kindly invite my colleagues, Veronika Movchan, Academic Director, Head of the Center for Economic Studies, Institute for Economic Research and Policy Consultation, and Mr. Van Nagornyak, European Integration Team Leader at Easy Business NGO. And we also have joining us online three speakers: Mr. Stefan Fühle, Chairman of the Task Force on EU Enlargement, European Policy Center, European Commissioner for Enlargement and Neighborhood Policy in 2010-2014. And we also have Mr. Vadim Galachuk joining us online, member of the Ukrainian Parliament, first deputy chairman of the Committee on Ukraine's integration into the European Union. Right now, he is on business trip between two European countries, but we're really happy that he has found some time to join us today. And we also have Victoria Melnik, coordinator of the European Integration Stream Center of Policy and Legal Reforms, also joining us online. Okay, amazing. We can see everyone on the screen. Hi, Stefan. Hi, Victoria. Hello, Vadim. Okay, let's make a little sound check. Colleagues, please wave your hand if you can hear us, if you can see us. Then I think we can start with this. With the following topic. So, Dmitro Shulga at the very beginning mentioned that even here in Ukraine, we're having this discourse that about strategic economy, how Ukraine can strengthen the EU by its accession. That it's not only about security, not only about defense, but also about economy. So I would like to ask you the very first blitz question. Maybe a minute for 1 minute for each. In your opinion, how can Ukraine strengthen the EU? And so, what's the key area here? Economy, security, or something else? Please just name a few points. First, let's start with Veronika Ivan and then our online speakers. Okay, thank you so much. If I have just 1 minute, I will just name a few points. First of all, these are critical minerals, everything related to it. Second, it's security and defense, maybe security and defense industry. Three is agriculture. We have a lot of disputes about agriculture, but it's also an element of strategic autonomy. Fourth is energy, and fifth is transportation. I think these are key starting points for our discussions, but of course Ukraine might bring much more. Ivan, please. I totally agree with Veronika. I would add just one point that now European Union is strongly considering its security and defense policy. And I think here we have a lot of space for Ukrainian contribution. Here we can do a lot to strengthen EU strategic autonomy. We talk about trade policy, which has been at the very beginning of the EU strategic autonomy concept. Then I believe here we talk about added value of Ukrainian role in ensuring the global food security, because after joining EU, when our policy will be harmonized with EU trading policies, this will be achieved. Thank you. And now let's continue our round online. Let's start with Mr. Vadim, then Mr. Stefan, and then Miss Victoria. Miss Vadim, the floor is yours. Mr. Vadim, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this invitation. I totally agree with the conclusions mentioned by my colleagues, but I still think that the security is a top priority. Right now, I'm on a business trip in Moldova. And here I clearly feel that the security is a top priority right now. Because this hybrid attacks by Russia against Moldova is an excellent reminder of how vulnerable European countries are. And it's also a good reminder about the necessity of really serious consideration of our security strategy. And I believe that Ukraine today is a very important factor, basically the eastern front line of the European Union, and we have a really serious influence on how EU is reconsidering its role in this security structure and how it is reforming. Maybe a bit slow for now, But still, under the influence of Ukraine and other candidates, I assume the European policy will be reformed a lot, and as a result, EU will emerge stronger. So I'm looking forward to continue our discussion. Thank you so much, Mr. Stefan. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and greetings to all, and thank you for allowing me, to join you. I consider this extremely important and timely document. But just let me at the beginning say three short things. First, in this paper, and I will be ready to elaborate more on it, you're moving the issue which many in the EU consider as a challenge in best or as a problem into an opportunity setting. And that's extremely important. Second, at the time of war and continuation of this flagrant aggression, you are highlighting other important parallel issues and tasks which needs to be tackled. And that's another important element. And point number three, you just have proven once again how strong and important NGO sector is in Ukraine. And I hope very much that after this very important report, we will see more from you and others interacting also with the authorities, because this is the only way how really to manage a successful accession process. Thank you.
Дякую, Вікторія.
Thank you, Victoria. Hello, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me well. I actually totally agree that it's extremely important discussion and talks about what we can give to EU, because a week before last I had this conversation with my colleagues and they actually asked us to focus more on what we can offer to the EU. And if to answer this blitz question, I totally agree with Mr. Vadim, with Ivan. First of all, it's security and defense. And here we talk not only about security challenges, but also on the role of EU as a geopolitical leader in food security, because Ukraine has a really important role to play in food security and also defense innovations. So I would focus on security and defense.
I would like to continue here and address Mr. Vadim and Stefan, and Ivan maybe can also join this discussion. Vadim, about the priorities of Ukrainian parliament, how do you feel? Is this discussion changing? Is it Ukrainian really begging for something? Is it really a problem of the EU? As Mr. Stefan mentioned, we are forming this discussion and emphasizing that we can strengthen actually the European Union. Or is this discussion strengthening in the European Union and in Ukrainian parliament? What are the messages you are taking to the parliament members in European countries, in Euro Commission, in Moldova, and in our neighboring countries? So currently we are all waiting for something which will be the formal start of our negotiation process. And while preparing for it, we are defining the role and the place of all the governmental agencies in Ukraine, and the parliament, of course, plays a special part in this process, as a lot of obligations taken by us will be actually solved on the level of the parliament of accession of our legislation to European legislation. So we are studying very attentively all the documents, obligations which we have taken. And here the challenge is that in addition to the accession agreement, in addition to the roadmap of Ukraine and the Ukrainian facility, all the credits and grants which help us to build these relations with European countries. So we all have a really big list of legislation we must adopt with the specific deadlines. We have even more obligations which we were taking during our negotiation process with other financial donors, with International Monetary Fund, for example. And currently we are trying to put it all in one document, all these obligations, to have clear framework which we will be guided and take it as a deadline to meet all our obligations in due time, so that this negotiation process, as soon as the framework is approved, will go with the maximum efficiency. And here we feel that all this effective communication, explanations on what challenges we face, explanation of what support we need, explanation of the fact that Ukraine has much to offer in this process is very important. And here, Ukraine, together with other member countries or candidate countries, are forming some special platform within this diplomacy framework to coordinate our efforts and be maximum effective in our negotiations with the European Union on how EU, which represents and talks about the changes which we need to implement, so that EU will be able to take new members. This enlargement will be a real big wave, and the ability of European Union to be effective in taking these new members is a very important issue. Another important thing here, which also needs quite direct communication, is that we are starting negotiations under very specific conditions. First of all, this is Russian aggression and the problems in economy we have due to it, and in general problem in economy of EU countries, and the fact that there have been no precedents like that, no situations as we are facing currently, and we do not have ready solutions. When we are talking about some demands and requirements, so we should start talking about some fundamental needs, some things which are of highly importance. And here Ukraine, being in war and applying some restrictions, asking our partners what standards we must apply for censorship, military censorship, for example, how it must correlate in general with the fundamental principles about the freedom of word, freedom of speech. So, and they say, sorry, we don't know how to coordinate all this because your situation is unique. It's unprecedented. That's why Ukraine is going to work over to develop the answers, the solutions to these problems. So the influence which we already have on the process of decision-making process in European Union, which highlighted all these problematic issues. For example, the bilateralization, as we call it, because it's the problem of bilateral relations. It becomes the problem of the whole European Union. We know which countries, which other candidate countries, which problems they have and how they are working over them. And the way to solve this issue is actually not to make possibility for such difficult situations happen that could influence in a negative way the negotiation process on accession to the European Union. We must avoid the problem of the so-called Western Balkans. And this wave of enlargement should not bring us to the situation when some countries could actually fail, because as we had this example, for example, in Montenegro, I had meetings with the negotiators who are in this process for 12 years. So when we start talking to them, they were kind of laughing, saying that we have been in this process for so many years. Because they could see clearly that there was no political will on the side of the European Union. So currently we see that we have completely different situation in our case. We have the political will and we must support it. And we must support, first of all, this opinion in the European Union, which is in our advantage. We must explain, give certain example how the accession of Ukraine will promote these declared goals, will intensify, strengthen strategic economy of European Union. We have a lot of examples how we can do that. Even those problems we had with agricultural products in European market, transport issues, the use of transport corridors, and the difficulties which we had and which we are overcoming quite successfully as of today. So all those events, they gave us some advantage because they demonstrated what actual challenges we are facing and what challenges were just, in our opinion, in our thoughts. How Ukraine, through these challenges, could reach very important decisions and agreements. That's why here I would be talking, first of all, about us as the parliament and as the instruments of parliamentary diplomacy, about coordination with other countries, about the joint positions and active cooperation with European Union and other countries, candidates, so that this position would be heard and the negotiation process would not become would not be blocked by some political decisions. For us to be able to overcome the challenges quicker, we see that we can really do that. We can make it just several years and make such big leap into European Union. And for European Union, it will be a new global role, not only in terms of trade, in economy, because currently it's a big player right here, but it will also have a new role in the security sphere, in planning, going to a completely different role, the role of a guarantor of general security. Of course, it will take a lot of processes on the political level, but we can already see such positive changes. Thank you very much again for the invitation. I will be able to stay online for some more minutes, then I have to catch my plane, but I will be very attentive reading every post you put online. Thank you, Mr. Vladimir. So quite two brief questions to you. What do we plan for this strategic leap? Are there any changes planned to make this process better for us? And the second, when do you plan to approve the national plan for legislation adaptation? The same brief answer, right? We are working already on the drafts, how to speed up the process and how to implement all those amendments to legislation and how to speed up the general legislation adaptation process within the parliament. So in the nearest future, all these amendments will be put on vote, and we really hope they will be approved. And on the second issue, could you repeat it, please? It's about the national program of adaptation of our legislation. So as of today, we are waiting for the presidential decree, which would highlight all those provisions in detail, but we are having consultations between the parliament and legislators, and we have our own documents ready, so which detail describe the process of changing the legislation. So our committee is also participating in this process, and I hope it will take us just several weeks to finalize this process. Thank you very much. So you mentioned those fundamental lines, and actually the negotiation process will start with those fundamental lines and will finish with them. So my question is to Victoria. How complying with the criteria on EU membership will not only strengthen the Ukrainian position, but will also strengthen the strategic autonomy of European Union. How do you see this good governance, rule of law, how they will promote the business climate in Ukraine as well? Thank you for your question. I will be rather brief because I'm also expecting my next meeting. So my colleagues mentioned those fundamentals, and they really influence the general dynamics of negotiation process. And here we have a lot of challenges, we have a lot of tasks, but of course, maybe those fundamentals are not so obvious in the context of strategy, but this is our tool for European integration. And for us to achieve those moments, so those landmarks, we need both on the local and national level, we need to implement a lot of reforms and solve a lot of tasks. If we talk about democratic institutions and their resilience, so here Parliament plays a very important role to approve amendments to legislation and coordination its efforts with the government, because as Pan Vadim mentioned here, the members of Parliament must have some coordinated positions. If we talk in the context of democratic institutions, so here we should mention civil society, which is the most influential component here. And the civil society in Ukraine can actually push European Union as well. We are visiting the member countries a lot, including Brussels. We are very active, and we bring some new solutions, new senses to the process of enlargement. Of course, the decentralization question here we are also very active. First of all, we must bring our legislation in line with European requirements, and then we will be talking about self-government and development of regions. But first of all, this is decentralization process. Concerning good governance and rule of law, really we are launching some parallel processes. This is European integration, this is reconstruction of the country, and of course we must talk about future development. Here, if we want to involve investment, foreign private investment, we need to understand that we need to ensure some guarantees for such investors. So this must be court reform, because those guarantees must be possible, because investors must be able to protect their rights through the court. And the reform in the context of European integration, it's rule of law, because we must avoid any pressure on business, especially if we try to involve foreign investors here. We are talking about it in the context of our general integration. If we want to move here effectively, we must establish the mechanisms for such movement. We have already highlighted some priority steps, and of course, new solutions in the context of negotiation process, which are connected with fundamentals. We are discussing them already, both with the Brussels and the other members countries. And in this context, we must join our efforts and move forward.
Thank you so much, Ms. Victoria. And now I would like Mr. Stefan Fühle to share some of your reflections. Mr. Stefan, you were a European Commissioner in 2010-2014 for enlargement and neighborhood policy. It was quite a different time when there was a lot of freedom around of multilateral attitudes about international cooperation. Now we live in a little bit different world. In 2014, Russia started its aggression in Crimea and Donbass. Then we had the COVID pandemics. And then in 2022, the full-scale invasion started. So we live in quite a different world. But on the other hand, we have this case of Big Bang enlargement, successful project by 10 countries of Eastern and Central Europe. So when Ukrainians travel around Europe, they see a lot of positive changes in Poland, in Lithuania, in Slovakia, in Czech Republic, your native country. And it's a striking difference as compared to 10 or 20 years ago. Maybe you can share some lessons learned from this Big Bang enlargement, which can be relevant for Ukraine accession negotiations. And once again, on one hand, we have this balance between security and economy. On one hand, we have European security initiatives, on the other hand, we have economic initiatives. And once again, we also have these challenges caused by the Russian full-scale invasion. So EU is refocusing, is trying to avoid economic contacts with non-democratic regimes such as Russia or China. So what is your vision of this landscape, of this discourse? And what's the most important here in terms of further expansion, which will most likely include Ukraine, but not only Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, 27 plus? 27 plus 9, I guess. Please, could you please unmute yourself?
Myself, I should forget to unmute myself. This is an important question. But look, you don't want me, to look about the lessons from the previous Big Bang enlargement, because The one, or actually two lessons which were the most important was the European Union negotiators were not prepared to negotiate the accession of the countries in transformation, number one. And number two, the candidate countries have not delivered necessarily on the content, but they have delivered on the numbers. In other words, the track record was not really highlighted as a priority in those negotiations. And thus, the whole accession process has been reduced to some kind of statistics. How many pieces of legislation, how many how many institutions have been created, but no one really dig in to see whether it's working, whether the legislation is sound and it has the instrument to enforce it. No one has dig in whether the institutions are independent, well staffed, and could do its job. So in that sense, it's going to be more challenging for Ukraine and the countries of the Western Balkans, but the result will be obvious. You will be able to join the European Union while answering a number of the questions our countries at that time, have put on the desk after we actually joined the European Union. And this is a huge importance here. Now, look, what has also happened, and talking about changing landscape, you know, I see one historical shift.
Один історичний здвиг.
Is
Yeah, now we're hearing you. Now we're hearing
okay,
you.
okay, perfect. You know, at the time of association agreement, the European Union was not ready to admit the European aspirations of the countries like Ukraine and others. That has changed. But that mistake was one of the reasons why the Putin has been given much more space for his aggressive policies. Now, guys, do we have a good connection? Because I'm a little bit lost here. Do you hear me or not?
Yeah, we're hearing you well.
Okay.
We're hearing you well.
Okay, perfect. So that's different. But let me make three fundamental points. The first one, in that paper you have published, you have answered the two basic questions, not only what you want to achieve, but also how. I do not recall the Czech Republic, Poland, any other country at the time of the accession process to put forward such a complex, forward-looking paper describing the ambitions. I see absolutely fundamental your conclusion that the level of integration defines the level of contribution the Ukraine would provide to the European Union. I hope very much that this conference will be the first of the series of the events to highlight the content of this document, and not only for the Ukrainian public, but also public in the European Union. The second point is talking about changing landscape, that EU and NATO membership is not anymore some kind of difficult questions for the NATO and EU member states. It's actually one of the preconditions for achieving a durable peace and stability, and hopefully also territorial integrity of Ukraine, because the European Union accession will happen within the internationally recognized borders. I cannot imagine us admitting Ukraine, but in its internationally recognized borders, with the European Union acquis being implemented only on the territory and under the control of the government, and thus giving you a very clear signal about our commitment.
Країну в загально прийнятих кордонах. Це надійшли дуже чіткий сигнал. Отже, далі мій третій.
Yeah, I have an
Sorry for
interesting
that.
echo.
Yeah, and now we hear you well. Now we hear you well.
Okay, perfect. Listen, talking about the European Union, I think I agree with those who are saying there is a momentum for enlargement. Absolutely. And that momentum comes with you fighting for your freedoms, and actually also for ours as well. The second, whether it automatically translates in a concrete political will enlargement, well, I'm not sure. I mean, look at the debate before the European elections. The enlargement has been pushed aside by many because they are afraid that it's a too sensitive and touchy issue. And whatever the momentum is being closed before the elections, I'm not sure it will be that easy to catch it up after the elections. And the last point, even if in case of the political will being there, I'm not sure all the EU member states understand that it's not only sort of aiming the finger on Ukraine and other candidate countries, saying you need to prepare for the membership, because it's also about the European Union being prepared for the membership of Ukraine and others. And here I repeat again and again that those member states who are saying, oh, we are staunchest supporters of the EU enlargement, but at the same time, we want to have our veto power, to be secured and retained. They are actually not in favor of enlargement. The enlargement is not going to happen if in parallel we do not have the preparation process in the European Union. It is about the credibility of both processes to be linked together, which is important to ensure, and this is actually the biggest challenge as far as I see it, and that's why I'm trying, to contribute in a humble way to this effort.
Дуже дякую, пане Штефан.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stefan. Now, Veronica, we have already started to talk about economic liberty. We started to talk about defense, about economy, but as Mr. Stefan mentioned, during this Big Bang enlargement, one of the challenge was that European Union wasn't prepared to accept the countries that were in progress of transformation. They were not prepared to do this cross-check. I assume we are expecting some economic transformations as well in terms of approaching and accepting the European Union standards in the economic domain. So, in your opinion, what are some of the key challenges and opportunities here? This is my first question. And my second question is about the labor force movements. It's always a power factor. Russia, China, United States, European unions, large structures with large populations. What are we supposed to do with labor force movement? Right now, because of the full-scale invasion, Ukraine is having a lot of people displaced abroad, millions of displaced abroad, hundreds of thousands displaced to Poland, to Germany. So here, by strengthening EU, we may actually weaken Ukraine. But do we have some vice versa processes, maybe from your experience researching other countries? Well, thank you so much. Both of the questions are super interesting. Let's start with the first question. Economic transformation. Where Ukraine is at right now? Is Ukraine ready? Is EU ready? Well, we have already mentioned the association agreement, and I believe that the analysis we are carrying out with the support of Renaissance Foundation shows that some economic foundations, I'm not talking about rule of law now, I'm talking only about important economic issues. So here we have already achieved some really important progress. It's true for both some standards we usually consider, such as safety of products, where Ukraine has large obligations and important achievement. And also we haven't done everything. We did a framework, and also we have some technical barriers. We have quite a lot of industry standards. We have a law on safety of products. We have a law on responsibility for defect products, accreditation framework, metrology framework. It is being created, and this foundation will be used for all industry, and it's something we do have in Ukraine. The same is true for safety of food products, very basic foundational laws. These laws are either already implemented or they are changing. But it's not something new, it's not a new conversation for us. We have been preparing for it for years, for dozens of years, for decades. The same is true for public procurements, for public support, for competition, for corporate governance, etc. So if we take a look at most fundamental enactments that make this rule of the games more fair, I think these are some foundations integrated into the association agreement. But of course, we still have a lot of job to do. A full transformation of our legislation is quite logical, but we talk about preparedness for economic transformation. It's important for us to understand that the war has changed everything. Now we have a totally different economy. It's not like some industries are going to disappear, but our economy has changed. And right now, this transformation happening because of some distractions and because of constructing new things, using new technologies and using new visions. Right now it's overlapping with our accession to the EU. So I assume these processes, they must be harmonized. We cannot recover somehow and now and then harmonize with the EU in the future. This is going to be a single unified process. So it's really important to spend spend all the funds we receive for recovery also to ensure achievement of some level of cohesion with the European Union. And here we having another challenge, the labor force challenge, because when we talk about accession to EU, we all focus on legislation, on regulations, on adaptation of national legislative framework, or what has been done as part of the association agreement. So we are talking a lot about reforms related to the official regulations, but it's important to understand that Copenhagen criteria they include not just adaptation of legislation, they also include a very interesting thing in economic domain. I'm talking about ability to endure economic pressure in the EU. I think the first response is, woohoo, take a look at the Polish farmers. Of course, they are competitive, but actually its ability for sustainable long-term growth, which requires capital, attraction of global capitals. It requires technologies. These technologies are available in the world, but we need to be able to accept them, to adopt them, so we need education. And once again, these technologies, these rules of games, these regulations are interrelated, and the three core point is human capital, labor force. And here, in my opinion, Ukraine is indeed facing a challenge. And I think this challenge is even more fundamental than reforming our judicial system, while I would still put the judicial system as our top challenge, but the war has changed everything. Right now we have millions of people displaced. I don't believe that all of them will come back because they're integrating. We have also lost some territories where people used to live. They are gone. And we still have very distorted demographic structure. So our labor force capable of working, I think, has reduced by 30 to 50%, even in the most optimistic scenarios. There are different calculations, but we're facing a rapid decrease. So the question is how Ukraine is going to respond to this challenge. The demographic boom is a positive thing, but it's something very long term. And the question is it going to happen? Because we are part of Europe and we haven't observed the demographic boom in any country of the EU.
The second option here is involvement of the immigrants. It can be either through diaspora or opening the market for immigrants, for those who would like to come to Ukraine, who are enough courageous to work here, or this will be people from Asia and Africa. Or there is a question that the society must adapt to this lack of workforce. It's not just bringing people into infrastructure. Our infrastructure must be ready to adapt those people. Let's look at the internally displaced people. We are not able to integrate them properly into different regions. It will take some time. So we must do all those things without doubt, but in parallel, the third thing we must rely on, this must be technologies. We must not think that some level of GDP is reached through some level of workforce working for it. It must be ability of people to work. It must be efficiency of use of those workforce. It's use of AI. And this is also a question here, how important and how quickly we can provide education for those people. And if we can involve those people in economic activity. Because people currently are we don't have a high level of economic development. People see that. And the question is how flexible our labor legislation should be so that anybody who would like to participate in economic activity could really do that. Starting with the young people, with teenagers, if they want to make their first steps in a business, how easy for them it will be, this process of involvement. And also those who were treated as pensioners 20 years ago, they must not be treated as such now, because 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds are ready to go through new education, take on new skills, and we must involve all of them into economic development. So the question is how to make this policy the most flexible. Maybe here we will be talking about a reduction of direct taxes to stimulate, to promote the wish of all those who are willing to work for economy. So approximately it looks like that. Thank you very much for such economic opinion. So we are talking more about the economic issues on this panel. I hope next panels will be more dedicated to security issues, and we will cover those issues as well. So returning to the research which Stefan mentioned about the negotiation framework, about the methodology of enlargement of European Union, we are all just like sitting on the suitcases and expecting some changes in European Union, in European community. So as we will start this negotiation process, we will have the conference at the end of June. What negotiation framework will Ukraine bring to this negotiation process? Maybe you have seen this formal or informal document which is being distributed currently, the results of the research that were made. Will it be easier for us than for the Balkan countries? Maybe it will be more complicated, as Mr. Stefan mentioned. Maybe European Union will be more bring more requirements to our country, and those starters and enders of the negotiation will be changed. Thank you for this question. Really, the time for this EuroDialogues and the presentation of the results of the research was not chosen on a random basis, because we would like to have some more time, especially those who represent the European Commission, to review once again this document, which looks quite formal, but in reality it shows the dynamics and it shows the conditions on which we will be accessing the European Union and the preconditions for negotiations. In our research of this framework, we put attention to the framework in general, to the history starting from 1970s. We highlighted several principles which in general did not change. So the document will have the following aspects. First of all, these are fundamental principles, a political framework, the vision of how European Union sees the integration of Ukraine. In addition to that, the second section will be about the procedures. It relates to the conditions, the clusters for negotiation, the sections where there will be any transition moments, maybe some candidate countries, for example, Ukraine, will have to prove that those transition periods are really needed. And the third aspect is organizational one. This is presentation and documentation of the main negotiation moments. This is defining how often this intergovernmental conference will take place. And the most difficult thing here is that the framework will have to stick to the methodology of enlargement of European Union. This document was adopted back in 2020 in completely different reality for Europe, as Mr. Stefan mentioned and other speakers as well. So it's very important that this document would stick to realities, to the dynamic of the negotiation process, which was initiated by Ukraine in February 2022. And another important aspect here is that this document must also reflect the topic of our discussion. how Ukraine can strengthen European Union and vice versa, how European Union can strengthen Ukraine. In general, if we look at the documents which will be submitted from Macedonia and Albania, we can see that in this case, European Union became more critical in terms of composing this document. In our case, it's very important for European Commission to stand aside from those technocratic moments of negotiation framework and understand the reality under which this process is happening. On the other side, I would also like to support Stefan Füller when he said that without changes of this policy of enlargement, it will be very difficult to get any changes in the dynamics of negotiation process. And also this aspect that European Union must be able to take on more candidates, it must also be included in the negotiation framework. I think the most important negotiation element here is that Ukraine, as a member of European Union, we know that not all the member states support our integration. So we can take some kind of technical pause here and offer some sanctions, which in their opinion will be applied to the candidate country, which will not be following its obligations on the way of accession to EU. So this can rely to such transitional conditions, which will be put forward in sections 23-24. This is justice and security and rule of law. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, colleagues. I think we have just 3 minutes left for our discussion, and we have a chance for 1 or 2 brief questions from the members of audience. If we have any, or maybe any comments, or we can have questions from online audience if there are any. Okay, then brief questions. Could you introduce yourself? Hello, dear colleagues. I am looking forward to reading this document. I'm Halina Zelenko. I'm in charge of the political institutions and processes from the National Academy of Science of Ukraine. Why I am looking forward to this document? It's very important for me to see how deep and how instrumentally correct those requirements, political requirements, will be described there. Because our association agreement, this political block, it had about 64 pages. It was quite detailed and well written, but the problem is that all those requirements, these were for the countries which were moving from autocracy to democracy. We have different situation. We don't have a lot of things. So maybe you remember requirement about proportional election system. We approved this code back in 2019. So maybe you remember that we had those requirements in 2015. So if we look at the Copenhagen criteria, so this respect of freedom, so all those requirements, they are quite framework. They are not workable because we have a lot of informal type of institutions, and the requirements put to us from the European Union that must be more detailed considering the situation in Ukraine society. When we talk about election and preferential type of voting, open voters lists, for example, in Poland, they have a difference between the limit barrier for parties and for party coalitions. there is 4 and 8%, and this instrument, which stimulates the party election system, with such institutional political system we have developed during these 30 years, we won't be able to move into European Union in a good way. So I tried to express the results of our research, something we are actually trying to detail in our document. So these are the issues for us to work on in the future. Maybe, Ivan, you will have some comments on this question. Of course, we will make this document public. So what I can say here, we will have very soon the draft of the roadmap on the rule of law. This is the main requirement for Cluster 1. What will be important in this roadmap? It must comply with the recommendations which European Union showed to Ukraine, demands from Ukraine, and there are a lot of recommendations. It's about independence of our judicial system, its transformation, and the important moment here is the freedom of speech. And we will have to look for such internal society compromise in the context of how we are going to ensure one of the main principles on which European Union is built. Thank you, colleagues. I see we have run out of time completely. Miss Veronica, Victoria has been with us, Stefan Fuller, Vadim Golovchuk. Thank you to all my colleagues. Currently, we are going to continue with the open talk presentation, how Ukraine can strengthen the EU strategic autonomy, economic cooperation and integration, after which we will have panel discussion 2, which will involve a lot of other participants: Dmitro Haluta, Taras Kachka, Alberto Fernandez, Dushan Kulka, Dmitro Livch, Svetlana Mikolaivska. So now I would like to give the word to Dmitro Livch for his open talk on how Ukraine can strengthen the EU strategic autonomy, and he will focus on economic cooperation and integration. Dmitro, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let's have such a quick questionnaire. We can make this presentation in English or in Ukrainian. What is more comfortable way for you? Who would like to have it in Ukrainian? Who would like to have it in English? Nobody. Okay. So that was not my plan, because I actually wanted to deliver it in English, but we have translation, so that's why be ready to have such a short, brief excursus on how Ukraine can strengthen the EU strategic autonomy. Please, could you show my presentation, because this one is not mine? Okay. Why we have come to such type of research? Because we wanted to find better arguments why accession of Ukraine to European Union can really be a strategy both for Ukraine and EU. And here we tried to answer the questions which product groups can be most competitive in terms of development of Ukraine economy, how they can be integrated into the EU value chains, and how we can strengthen our strategic economy when we access the European Union. So presentation is, will we have it on screen? Unfortunately, this one is not mine, but I can continue talking. In general, when we talk about strategic autonomy, that's quite a politically important discussion, which first was presented by the President of France, Macron, as an attempt to start a conversation that there are some global challenges, and European Union must be stronger in the context of three main elements. First is resilience through security. Second, resilience through economy. And the third is development of collective know-how. And here Ukraine can really help European Union in each of these elements. In general, to make this process the most effective, we must be preparing already to strengthen strategic autonomy of EU right now. Before I start talking about strategic autonomy, I would like you to understand that EU is a part to global economic system which was changing very intensively at the beginning of 20th century when we started to liberalize international trade. When they started to develop economy in Asia, Asian countries in Africa, then the world economy became very vulnerable to different types of economic shocks. This economic shock started first with the trade wars, and then with the COVID pandemic, and with the full-scale invasion, which started in Ukraine in 2022 and back in 2014. So here it's worth mentioning that this global economic system was vulnerable to such events as values and disruptions. So they made some preconditions for us to think how vulnerable the economy of European Union is, first of all, to undemocratic regimes. If I had my presentation on screen, then you would be able to see that the economy of European Union, 30% is vulnerable to trade with such countries as China and Russia.
Oh, and if we take 10 commodities groups, European Union is trading with China, the dependence on Chinese import accounts to more than 40%, is a quite large number. But here it's also important to understand that there is a big difference between strategic import, about strategic dependence, and some conventional dependence. I mean, some industries which are standard industries European Union is trading with other countries. Here it's important to understand that EU strategic dependence is first of all energy. So EU is sourcing a lot of energy commodities from non-democratic countries, and so machine building industries which cannot be implemented in European countries because of different reasons. And here it's important to also to understand that there are some conventional industries where EU is trading a lot with such countries as China and Russia. I'm talking about telecommunication, textile, wood processing industry, and a lot of other industries that can be substituted by such countries as, for example, Ukraine. And here in terms of in terms of Ukraine economic recovery, we have also reviewed a lot of information. We have analyzed over 25 cases of post-war and post-disaster recovery, and we have realized that economic recovery and economic development have a cyclical, iterative nature. So if we start with a grant support, with loan support, then we can enhance it through autonomous trade preferences, as the EU has done in terms of Ukraine. Then we may continue with investments into private sector. And here it's important to understand that trade and investments are the tools that would be really efficient to develop Ukrainian economy. And here we are supposed to have some slides, since we have now covered just an introduction about trade, but let us reiterate ourselves. 30%, as I said, 30% on our slide. Here we go. 45% dependence on Chinese import. In top 10 commodity groups. The red you see is the strategic dependence of EU on such countries as Russia and China, and yellow is conventional dependence on export from non-democratic regime. I mean, conventional dependence is something we can compensate as economy. Here, it's important to understand after signing DCFTA, Ukraine has significantly changed its trade policy, and Ukraine has significantly shifted its focus of trade from former Soviet Union countries to European Union countries. We have increased our export to EU countries, and here it's important to understand that in some industries such as electrical equipment, light industry, agriculture, Ukraine has significantly increased its export to EU countries, and it's really important because we open new added value chains, we producing more and we trading more with the European Union. The best example, in my subjective opinion, is the industry called car parts manufacturing, which is right now creating 60,000 work jobs and account for a large portion of supply to the European Union. Car part manufacturing is a result of EU investments into Ukraine, into added value chains, mostly based in central and western parts of Ukraine. So, in order to justify Ukraine's ability to enhance EU strategic autonomy, it's important to understand that, first of all, the strategic autonomy is one of the key priorities of the European Union. Ukraine may not substitute EU strategic dependencies, but on the other hand, we may substitute EU's import in commodity groups where we are competitive, and in order to do so, we need to select these commodity groups where we are competitive, and we need to focus on them and continue working with them. So for this purpose, our team has implemented this project, supported by the International Renaissance Foundation, which included 3 key phases. Here I'm talking about the strategic component. First of all, it's development of and analysis of commodity groups, where we would suggest Ukraine to focus. It can be useful for think tanks, for governments, for business representatives, in order to have a better understanding in which commodity groups we have the most trading potential. Then we have analyzed the top 15 commodity groups for export dynamics, for EU imports, for potential ways for integration into added value chains, for potential improvements of our companies' interactions with the EU. We had a number of expert interviews and validated our hypothesis on potential problems in these commodity groups or economic sectors, and we developed some suggestions. Today we are both to present our methods and preliminary results of this research. So we have started with 1,220 commodity groups. There are quite a lot of them, and there was actually so many of them that we needed to rule out some commodity groups. We decided to rule out the commodity groups where the Ukrainian export was less than a certain digit, and that's how we ended with a little over 700 commodity groups. We classified them into 3 clusters. Why 3 clusters? These 3 clusters actually allow us to describe the commodity groups where Ukraine has the highest potentials, the commodity groups where EU has the highest dependency, and commodity groups where we can improve our product complexity, economic complexity and product complexity of our trading card. Then we use this different formula, which includes 8 key factors revealed so what you see on the screen: Ukrainian share in the EU market, import to EU trade between Ukraine and EU, and so eventually we have selected 15 product sectors, commodity groups we focused. So 5 product sectors for each clusters. Let me remind you, 3 different clusters. First cluster are products with high Ukrainian competitive edge, such as metals. The second cluster is the products with high level of EU dependency. As you have seen in one of the first slides, EU is quite dependent on textile industry products. So here Ukraine can be integrated into EU's value chains. And the third cluster is a high product complexity. We often say that the Ukraine economy need to create added value, but we also need to increase our product complexity. And for example, machine building products on the one hand help us to increase the added value, on the other hand help us to increase our product complexity. So in our research you will be able to download, we have described quite a different methodology, quite a different analysis for each of these 15 product sectors, product groups. Here we want to talk about 3 products group to illustrate the results of our analysis. If we talk about metal processing, here we have 5 key products. The most competitive one is flat roll iron and steel products, which accounts for largest share. It's the most competitive on EU markets, and its unrealized potential is several $million of annual export to the European Union. Then we have analyzed what European countries are the most dependent in terms of importing these products. It includes Spain, Italy, Poland, Hungary, and Germany. And we also took a look at what are some key importers of this products, and that's how we made conclusions on how Ukraine can improve its export potential in this category. The key challenge in this industry is that manufacturing facilities are mostly concentrated in the eastern part of Ukraine, which are the most effective by active combat operations during the full-scale invasion. So in terms of our recovery, it's really important for us to consider how we're going to recover this industry while responding to the challenges and the needs of European Euro integrations. We have also analyzed the key value chains, and here we understand that Ukraine mostly produces either raw materials, either primary processing products or secondary processing products. So we haven't yet reached the end-use products, ready-to-use products, which are mostly processed on Ukrainian markets, in European markets. It means we can either increase our export in a product groups we working in right now, and we need to focus on underserved markets, or either we need to increase added value creation within Ukrainian economy. So this research actually helps us to understand where we can create this added value and what industry we may develop, how we can move on with this work. Normally, metal processing sector is tightly related with the machine building sector, and that's how we can achieve some synergies through high quality policy. We have also reviewed some of the key challenges. This is a combination of desk research and field research. We did expert interviews, focus groups with industry representatives, and we have realized that there is a whole number of challenges which act as a barrier which prevent economic growth in this industry. This is taxation system, this is logistics, this also includes trade regime with the European Union countries, but we have developed our recommendations. These recommendations are focused not on specific product groups, but they are rather focused on the whole sectors, the metal sectors in general. An example of this recommendation is continuation of the dialogue with European Union countries on all autonomous trade preferences offered in 2022. This has helped us to significantly increase the competitive edge of European manufacturers as compared to, for example, Asian manufacturers, which are typical suppliers of this product to the European market. Another important point is in mitigation of military risk, either through insurance, either through investment assurances, to attract more investments to this industry and offer high-quality trade funding for these representatives and increase their competitive edge by improving access to the financial resources. Another important risk is EU sustainability requirements. We understand that European Green Deal, green transition is going to strongly affect Ukrainian industry. Therefore, we either need to get some transitional period in terms of border adjustment, or we need to focus more on decarbonization of this industry, creating some incentives in terms of green funding, upgrading these industries and focus on this context. And the very last challenge for this industry is logistics. I mean, we understand that the metal products were mostly exported by sea, so seaport blockade has become the largest challenge for this industry in 2022. So here it's really important for us to focus on security in terms of marine logistics opportunities and also to look for alternative logistic ways to the European Union. That's how, so here you can see this flow for each of our products groups. So the same is true for textile. Here we focus more on artificial leather. And we understand that China has a quite a high share in Czech Republic, in Germany, Netherlands, in Spain, in France. And we also realize that key importers are Germany, for example, I mean the countries that are car manufacturers that use a lot of artificial leather. And here we understand that here the manufacturing facilities are concentrated not just in the eastern southern part, but also in northern central parts. So we have better logistics with European Union. Here we need to focus more on logistic route development. We also understand that we are manufacturers of both raw materials and primary and secondary processing products. So here we can move on to within the context of textile industry development, which is actually developing in Ukraine to better integrate into these large industries that are mostly typical for European Union countries. The same is so here we have also developed some recommendations which are mostly applied to European Green Deal, to environmental area, because we believe it to be one of the key strengths, the key points we should focus on within the context of European integration. Also better participation in trade promotion of our companies, because this industry is rather smaller than metal processing. Here we have more small and medium businesses, so it's really important for us to invest into trade promotional activities abroad. And here it's also important for us to understand that to understand EU regulation and access to EU single market, how it's going to affect this industry. We need to use appropriate measures. And another important problem here is the fact that this is labor-intensive industry. This industry requires quite a lot of human capital. And one of the key problems here is the shortage of staff. I mean, a lot of displaced people displaced abroad, who previously used to work partially at this industry's factories. And so it creates certain challenges. So we need to think about how we are going to increase the number of people that can be employed in this industry, to increase the popularity of this industry. So it's important to invest into vocational education. It's important to think how we are going to attract both low-skilled and high-skilled labor force. And finally, the most important industry, this is machine building industry. No surprise, but actually here's the most competitive product group here is car part manufacturing, wires, cables. We are exporting to the European Union countries. We are exporting quite a lot of them, but unimplemented potential we have is around $340 million per year in car parts manufacturing, car parts export to the European Union. Here, the manufacturing facilities are mostly located in the western parts of Ukraine, which is a positive factor for logistics and which is also good for general integration into the European value chains. And during the next presentation, we are going to talk about how to achieve this economic convergence with the European Union, how we can use cross-border cooperation in order to bring Ukrainian economy closer to the Central and Eastern Europe economies. And car parts manufacturing is a very good example, because here it's extremely important to work with supply chains. The more we can invest into supply chain building around this industry, the more jobs we can create and the more opportunities for export we can create. So it's really important to identify such industries and enhance such industries so they can become a foundation to promote the competitive competitive edge of Ukrainian economy. Here we have quite a high variability. We have quite a lot of industries that are end users, machine, car building, aerospace, robotics, healthcare, construction. So quite a lot of industry where these wires produced at Ukrainian factories can be used. So it's important for us to understand how we are going to expand our trading potential. Here we have also prepared certain recommendations for car building industries in general, and not just for the super successful product group. Here it's important to reorient to external EU markets. And it's also important for us to understand how we are going to build our environmental policies, how we are going to attract affordable finance, because in the industries like this, it's not only labor-intensive investments are important, but also capital-intensive investments are important. So capital is important here. Here it's important to promote better integration of these industries into added value chain, and here it's also important to better integrate into international economic activities through high quality and well-designed economic policy of Ukraine.
To download such research, you can through the PR code, and all the participants of our today's event can also get these results of this research. So the qualitative methodology of this research will be useful for other NGOs who do the same research. And this research also analyzed 3 main clusters. These are those which have the highest potential for Ukrainian economy, the highest potential for decreasing the dependency of European economy, and have the highest potential to increase the value of Ukrainian economy. Within these 3 clusters, there are 15 trade groups, which I was discussing. For instance, we analyze the export potential of Ukraine, the main challenges, and recommendations on how Ukrainian economy can become better, how it can strengthen European economy at the expense of integration. So thank you all for your attention. While Dmitro is still with us, thank you for your presentation. Colleagues, we have some time for 1-2 questions. To the speaker, I see Roman is willing to ask something. Romana, you can start. So, first of all, we didn't have presentation, then we didn't have the microphones. We should start our panel discussion, actually. Thank you. So, we had the email that our Spain partner was attacked, had a cyber attack, actually. So, Dmitro, I would like to thank you for such focus in your research. It's really cool research. I remembered such an episode when we had some representatives talking to us about recovery, and we were talking about some German brand, and then we saw that it was produced in China or in Vietnam, and they said, okay, when we integrate into EU, then it will be produced in Ukraine. So we had such kind of interesting table describing different parameters. It's either the second or third column of PCI, and it was about the footwear. We saw that this index was very low. What is actually this PCI? This is the indicator which is researched. So there is such growth lab of Harvard University, which created the Atlas of Economic Complexity. So it shows the economic complexity of the products which we are producing. So economic complexity is not actually equal to value add creation. Economic complexity is how unique the product is and how unique it is in comparison with the general product basket. So some industries can have the higher index of economic complexity than other industries. So conventionally, we don't have the manufacturing facilities to make it more complex. We have one more thing here, collective know-how. This is certain number of elements which you must apply to produce some type of product. So the more elements you will use, the higher collective know-how will be. Correspondingly, from economic theory, the more unique your product is, the more competitive it will be in the global market because you have fewer competitors. The stronger economy will be if it has such products on its list, in its export basket. If the share of such created or produced products within the last 10 years is higher. For example, if you have more electric cars than standard type of cars, it means you are more competitive in foreign markets. Then the perception, if we say that perception of the customer is the same to the electric cars and conventional cars. Thank you for explanation. That's why economies which economy of the country, especially of the Eastern Asia, it was developing following these complexity stages. So they started from the agriculture, then came to textile, then to more complex textile, and then they moved to electronics. So to produce those products, you need approximately the same way. It will be much easier for you to follow this chain of product complexity, adding some elements, components, than to start from scratch and produce, process the grain crops. It's much more complex to do it because you're moving on one side you are moving to creating higher value, but on the other side you will involve more resources. It will be more complex for you. So it's much easier for you to find those product categories which are very close by product complexity to those products already produced by you, and just start increasing their competitive force. Thank you, colleagues. One other brief question. Hello, everyone. My name is Konstantin. I represent the Council of Construction Materials. Thank you for such research. Your experts, did they consider the possibility of replacement? So we understand we will have lack of workforce, and in addition to this, a lot of males are fighting at the front, so we have a lot of women working at our enterprises. So have you considered the possibility of robotization of processes so that your data would be more correct here? We did not. What I mean actually here is that in production, we use a lot of old, outdated methods of production. That's why they require male work. In the Soviet Union, we used to have them a lot. European Union often says about robotization and adaptation of our processes. So have you considered such a variant? Can it be a certain kind of panacea? Thank you for such a comment. We will take it into consideration in our future research. Colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you, Dmitro, for answers to the questions. I think this was a very good beginning of our panel discussion. And currently, colleagues, we will have one of the most interesting discussions. We will be talking about strategic autonomy was kind of introduction into our general topic today. Currently, we are going to look on a broader scale. I am inviting here all these speakers to the panel discussion 2, integration of Ukrainian industries into the EU value chains, challenges and opportunities. And we will have here Dmytro Nataluha, Member of Parliament of Ukraine, Head of the Parliamentary Committee on Economic Development, Alberto Fernandez Diaz, who is Head of Trade and Economic Section Delegation of the European Union to Ukraine, Dusan Kulka, partner of the Berman Group, Czech Republic, who worked on different projects like Czech Invest and USAID project Competitive Economy of Ukraine. Dmytro Livch, chairman of the board and CEO Easy Business NGO. And we will also be joined online by Svetlana Mikhailovska, who is Deputy Executive Director, European Business Association. And we are also waiting for Taras Kachka, who will join us online in some minutes. So we are going to work for 1 hour. Let me remind you that we have a lot of people here. People are joining us, and I think we have over 50 people, experts, members of international organizations participating online. So we will also invite you to ask in questions in online chat. And I would also like to ask to moderate this discussion our colleague from the Center for Economic Recovery, Kyrylo Krivolap, who is advisor to the Prime Minister of Ukraine on public grounds. So, Kyrylo, the floor is yours. Okay. So we are going to have some kind of free dialogue discussion. Thank you. So you have some special chair for me. Let me thank everyone for such interesting event. I see we really have many people visiting us today. We have the best speakers to discuss the topic of strategic autonomy of European Union and how Ukraine can strengthen it. And we represent different aspects. We represent business associations, parliament, representative of the government, of think tanks, or European organizations of the countries which have been through this process. Let me start with the parliament, with Dmytro Nataluha, because he knows exactly how this integration process looks from the view of the parliament committee, how this intensification of processes influences the work of the parliament, because we saw your work 4 years ago. So the question is, what is on your current agenda? Thank you, Kyrylo, dear friends, for invitation. I'm really happy to be here. I would like to make a little specification. We are talking about strategic autonomy, but let's use the open strategic autonomy. Let's talk about it, because it's really important. It's actually the sense of what type of instrument it is, what type of approach. This is complete reconsideration of our economic policy and policy of European Union, because it is accession and protection and the international trade and its accession of some free market, especially in certain industries. It's some kind of synthesis of the best practices of the free liberal school and the best practices of what we call neo-protectionism. How it appeared, it was during the COVID time when European Union understood that very critical materials, products, resources are actually based far from the European countries, and the supply chains were quite long. And there are the risks of what we call the disruption risks, which makes EU strategically vulnerable. Why I am talking about all these things? Because we need to understand that this openness of autonomy, which may seem quite unclear here, it is quite a direct thing for us. It tells that economy must be pragmatic, and Ukraine here has the best role in pragmatic cooperation with European Union, especially in the context of our new status of the candidate country. Because we are able to shorten those supply chains from the countries where EU used to have them, like India and China. There were some other countries. And secondly, because our territory has a lot of strategically important resources for European Union, and EU imports up to 90% some of these resources. And thirdly, we have already declared some things. We declared our integration into European Union, which should be mutual. In all our program and strategic documents, we show that we are not a third type of country. Together with the Brussels, we must take the European strategic documents like the Industry Act and like Critical Raw Materials Act, or the industrial strategy of European Union, and just review it and see all the points where we can complement each other, where we can be interesting for each other. Why? Because in the parliament, this process has been very active. Quite yesterday, we had a screening of economic and humanitarian policy and screening the policy of industry. What do I mean by screening? It means that with representatives of the European Union, we, together with the government, we were going through some fundamental positions in this or that sphere, industry, and try to understand where we must adapt, where we must synchronize with the approaches of European Union, where we must harmonize, bring our legislation in line. What has changed in the work of our parliament? Every committee must have a dedicated subcommittee on European integration. Our main committee is not quite happy with such subcommittees because it's not quite understandable how they should cooperate. It creates sometimes certain misunderstandings, but the fact that we must really have such subcommittees is quite clear. If earlier we could just develop our legislation, taking some concepts and ideas in terms of national interests, not looking on the impact on the relations with EU. Now we must consider this in our activity, and our deputies always think what will be the position of Brussels in relation to our actions. So this becomes fundamental factor which influence different decisions or initiatives. But it doesn't mean that our hands are tied. We must be just more educated in terms how those approaches of European Union can help us in our integration into the economy. So this localization draft, which we had a lot of discrepancies with the European legislation, but that was exactly about the shortening of those supply channels, of reduction of harmful impact on environment. And it's about the location of strategic industries on the territory of Ukraine, which will be producing all those components or products which will make part to the complex system of European economy. We must understand what will be the correct way for us to synchronize our approaches and what will be the jointly developed solution for it. I have one more question here. So we understood that you are developing some kind of organizational structure, but I understand it's quite a big workload for you because you have a lot of new issues connected with European integration. Is there any support from USAID, or I heard they must create some kind of division which is going to help the parliament? What about institutional capacity? Maybe NGOs may be helping you here. So of course we have such support because we are not able to cover all these issues with our own workforce. Of course, a lot of things depend on subcommittees, but for example, we have different streams for every subcommittee which interlink with a main European directions. These are critical materials, first of all, and here we understand our cooperation with the producers of these critical raw materials when we must synchronize it with the European Union approach. It's a big workload. The person must work 24/7. We must really understand how we can be involved in this process. The second stream is processing of these raw materials, which will also help European Union and shorten their supply chain. So we must be in constant touch with the directorate, coordinate the position. And the third one, diversification of production in terms of 4 strategic alliances of European Union. We must understand clearly what kind of alliances we have here. So you understand one person is not able to take up all this workload. We need quite full-scale teams working here. Unfortunately, though they are being formed, but we are taking some students who were studying the European law. This is a niche component. We don't have many of such experts in Ukraine. And of course, we will be involving other organizations.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give Mr. Taras a chance to take a breath. And now, Mr. Roberto, a question for you. I hope you can hear the interpretation. I think, and for those who join us online, you can also choose the Ukrainian language. So now a question for you as a representative of the European Commission. How does this person of Ukraine joining European market looks like from the EU perspective? What kind of opportunities do you see here? And what's your agenda for now? What are you working on now? And how it's going to help Ukraine? And I hope you can hear us good. No technical issues.
The topic of this conference is open and strategic autonomy, which is an umbrella concept that guides the EU policy and legislation that has been adopted in the last years and is shaping the regulatory framework in the EU. So as Dimitro mentioned, there is now an ongoing process of screening exercise with Ukraine to explain the EU acquis. We see already that in many cases, a lot of these acquis are not really understood completely, because if you look at the letter of the acquis, you have to also understand the spirit that is behind that. So in order to understand the spirit, you need to understand the strategy and the guiding principle that is underpinning the specific legislation. So I will structure my intervention in 2 parts. So first, try to explain the concept of open and strategic autonomy in the EU, how it permeates the whole legal system that we have in the EU, which is relevant for Ukraine in the context of accession, in the context of the negotiation of the different clusters and chapters. And then I will give some concrete examples about some initiatives we're taking in this regard. So about open and strategic autonomy, as Dimitro mentioned, this was an idea that was emerging already over the last years, but after the COVID pandemic, it became clear that we needed to change the focus and become more autonomous in the world. So the EU is a definite global player that wants to play by the rules, that wants to be open to foreign markets, but at the same time, we cannot do it naively. And many of the initiatives that have been adopted after COVID point in this direction of strategic autonomy. This is, for example, the latest trade policy of the Union, which has the same acronym, OSA, Open and Sustainable and Assertive Trade Policy. This is from February 2021. And this underpins the concept that the EU is a global player. We want to play by the rules. We want to be sustainable. So we want to promote the green and digital transition. And we also want to be more assertive. And being more assertive means that the world is not an English garden. The world is complicated, and there are countries which do not necessarily play by the rules, so we can not be completely unprotected against that. And this has led the Union to adopt initiatives such as the anti-coercion instrument that was adopted in order to equip the Union with tools to face unfair practices by other countries. There is also the international procurement instrument that the Union has adopted, and the whole European economic security package that was adopted last year. And several initiatives in this regard have already been taken, for instance, on FDI screening, also outbound investments, because we want to be sure that our intellectual property is protected abroad, especially in one particular country, and more research security. So all these initiatives underpin the thinking that goes behind the open strategic autonomy. In the case of Ukraine, is a priority in the sense that we want to strengthen links with candidate countries. So Ukraine as a candidate country is a key partner. For the green transition, for the digital transition, Ukraine has committed, both in the association agreement but also in the context of accession, to approximate the legislation to the EU. And that eventually will help the EU strengthen the regulatory impact of the initiatives that we have, since Ukraine will be bound in the whole regulatory framework of the Union and eventually join the European Union as a full-fledged member state. But we don't have to wait until that. We have already some initiatives ongoing which are relevant for Ukraine, so I will mention 6. First, in the area of energy, for instance. We have applied 13 sanctions packages. The 14th is coming hopefully soon. And there is a big focus on diversifying the energy supply of the Union. So Ukraine in this is a key partner. I'll give you an example. Last month, biomethane. So the GARA approved the law authorizing for the exports of biomethane. This is an area on which many member states are interested because it helps diversify the energy supply of the Union, but also green the economy. Raw materials was mentioned by Dimitri as well. Just last month, it was in April, we had the first MSP, Minerals Security Partnership Forum in Leuven in Belgium. Ukraine participated. And this is an initiative that the EU, jointly with the US, has launched in order to strengthen links on key raw materials that Ukraine has, such as lithium, cobalt, and other rare earths, which are important for the production of high-tech components. And the Union wants to reduce the dependence on other countries so that they don't use these dependencies as a tool to exert coercion against the EU. And in this, Ukraine is fully aligned with us and is a party to this initiative. There is a sensitive area, which is agriculture, and Taras Kashka knows very well, but on this we see potential as well to strengthen the links, not only in terms of increasing trade. This is a bit sensitive because of the big opposition in certain EU member states and certain sectors, but the European Commission has always been committed to increase the integration of both markets. But it's also important in terms of food security, not only food security for the European Union, but food security for other countries like Northern Africa. The migration crisis that we have in the European Union is linked to food shortages in Northern African countries. Ukraine plays a role. We want to make sure that the Black Sea is working, that Ukraine can continue exporting not only to the EU, but especially to those countries that need it most, in order to create geopolitical stability in the region that cannot lead to massive migration flows, as we saw in recent years. There is one key area is defense. On defense, we adopted last month, 2 months ago, early March, the European Defense Strategy, and it has a clear focus on Ukraine, on increasing cooperation with Ukraine. On the 6th of May, we have the EU-Ukraine Industrial Defense Cooperation Forum. Many companies came there from the EU and also from Ukraine with a big interest to collaborate with Ukraine. I met a drone producer from Spain that said we really want to cooperate with Ukrainian producers because you have quite an advanced technology in this area, and this is what is underpinning the establishment of a new defense office, innovation office in Ukraine. This is part of the strategy, and we're now in discussions with the European Commission, with DG DEFIS, with the External Action Service, to put this in motion, and we might have some concrete deliverables by the next European Council in June. And this is an important area as Ukraine is a country that needs defense investments, and we are aware yesterday Spain announced a package of 1.1 billion for new orders. It's not about all materials that we send, it's about new production. This is a direction in which we have to work much more, and the next commission after the election will have a stronger focus on defense, most likely. EU market integration, so accession is a perspective for Ukraine, it's a political process, non-binding, so Ukraine has chosen this path and we are helping accompanying Ukraine in this, but we have a binding agreement under which we have several opportunities to increase internal market treatment. Last Wednesday, the Parliament adopted the roaming regulation, and that paves the way for the first time ever internal market treatment in one sector, in telecoms, in the area of roaming. So colleagues in HQ will now have to assess and proceed with something that we have not done before. It's quite new, so we do it first time for Ukraine. Locking one sector of a third country into the EU internal market as to get the same treatment as any other member state. We have the ACA, the Agreement Conformity Assessment and Acceptance of Industrial Products, or as you call it here, Industrial Visa-Free Regime. We're quite advanced as well, and we're ready to start discussions on the potential MRA or Agreement of Mutual Recognition very soon. And Ukraine also is planning to join SEPA, which the Commission is assessing now, the potential application by the National Bank in order to make the transactions easier. That's the European integration effective now. And the last point is transport and infrastructure. So we have just, I would say, celebrated or commemorated 2 years of the Solidarity Lanes initiative, and this initiative has led to a rethinking of the European infrastructure and transport network. Ukraine is now part of the trans-European networks, and the Solidarity Lanes have led to a thinking that Ukraine is a strategic partner. Now it's important because of the war, so we need to make sure that trade continues and the flows continue. But also after, the thinking in the European Commission is that this is an investment for the future as well. Ukraine is in a strategic position between Europe and Asia. Developing transport networks is crucial to sustain economic integration. And also the railways are an important issue because Ukraine has a different gauge than the rest of the Union. Spain also has a different gauge, so we have automatic interconnectors. So when you go from Madrid to Paris, you have to change sometimes you have to change the gauge.
Do you exit the wagon, or do you,
No.
you don't?
No, they have an automatic system, so I know there are talks to implement the same system in Ukraine. But it's important in terms of connectivity. You lose a lot of time in the border, otherwise if you have to change the tracks. So this whole aspects of integration linked to binding Ukraine closer to the Union in a context of a strategic alliance that is bound to become a full-fledged union once Ukraine joins, and that's on what we're working now. Thanks.
Дякую, доволі такі гучні анонси, особливо що
Thank you so much. Quite a few very large and very interesting announcements, especially in terms of security. Now, Taras, I have my next question for you. You are a person who has been taking a very interesting position for 5 years in terms of our economy, in terms of our trade. And recently you have mentioned that over the course of this time, the Ministry of Economy, you have helped to sign the agreements with almost all our external markets to open new trade routes. And I think 5 years ago, the euro integration looked quite differently. We had quite different integration in terms of rates, in terms of challenges. And I think, and I'm personally, and I think our audience as well, is really interesting to get some insights, governmental insights on this process, because there is, of course, it's really interesting to know what kind of agenda does the ministry have for the next 6 months, for the next year, in terms of enhancement of EU strategic autonomy through cooperation with Ukraine. Thank you so much. I think the key point here is that this intergovernmental narrative development of all these regulations at the Kiev to Brussels interaction level with the involvement of other European capitals is a bit different language. It's not a business language, it's political language. And of course, there are some challenges for European institutions. What we are observing here, that this policy, this existing policy, open autonomy policy, is more like an attempt of a government to change some business thinking pattern at the EU. And it's something we need to consider, because still the key element here is a business solution made by Ukrainian producers, what to produce, how to produce, with whom to cooperate. And so what do we see here? We see that we are having more and more intellectual transition towards the intellectual turn towards the European Union at the level of our manufacturers and producers. I'm talking not just about trade, I'm also talking about the change of our production itself, what's needed in the supply chain. So thank you so much, Mr. Alberto, for your brief overview of what's being done now. It's a key element indeed. And here I would like to focus on the following point. We need to lift legal barriers, starting with customs duties and up to mutual recognition. If the roaming project succeeds and ACA agreement project succeeds, it's going to be a real breakthrough, because we will be having this legal expansion of the internal market regime to certain services and goods. But if we talk about this ACA agreement, we see that today there is still a lot to be done in terms of how Ukrainian producers are using European Union standards. And it's not that simple. Here we're talking not just about certain outdated practices used by Ukrainian manufacturers. It's more, for example, let's take engineering optics, for example. In the defense industry, we have a great urgent needs for it. But at some point, we have discovered that this issue of transition to NATO standard, it's not just about weapons, it's only about fasteners, nuts, bolts, lamps, and sometimes we have in some barriers when some company in this supply chain is still using the labeling, which is a Soviet legacy. It's not a secret, we are buying Soviet arms from all around the world, and it uses very specific labels based on GOST standards. This is a reality we are facing, and if we have Ukrainian producers which has already adapted to NATO and yes standards, and this company uses quite a different labeling, not GOST 77, but labeling used by EU and NATO, they don't buy their product because we still have outdated standards used by our Ministry of Defense and our defense manufacturers. So this is something which still happens inside our country. So but sometimes this paperwork is really crucial. So we need to work more with our business, and I would like to stress it. We need to work more with the business in order to actually use the rules and regulations we are adapting for our own needs. It may sound a bit funny, but during the Euro integration process, we often building these towers, which actually exist because it's approximation to EU standards, and only later business understands it's not just bureaucracy; it's something we actually may use to boost our production. Then my second point, since right now we're going through the governmental screening procedure, business also especially in manufacturing industry, also needs to realize what's the most needed in the European Union right now, because for quite a long time our industry strategy has been to sell what we produce in Ukraine to the EU. Now we need to change this logic. We need to update our production, and we need to produce what's in demand within the European Union. Once again, it's not one size fit for all rule, but of course it's a dynamic process, not a static process. And so we are changing gradually, and we see some businesses being more dynamic, some businesses being less dynamic. But there are some successful cases. And of course, a great challenge we expect is a change of our global trade thinking, because we have this childhood trauma inflicted by European unions in 1990s, early 2000s. We need to process it, we need to discuss it, because several times we have sustained this quite a serious blow by underestimated customs duties. And we have this oligarch who is now in prison. So it was quite a similar that upon demand of European Union, all our partners that are helping us right now with the defense, with securities, Australia, United States, as part of our joint with the international trade organizations, we were pressed between these really tight customs tariffs, and now we expect some bounce back, because when we join EU, it's going to be quite a sensitive issue for both Ukraine and EU, because part of the World Trade Organization, it needs to be addressed somehow. But our logic over this time has been that since we are pressed in this situation, we still have quite an open market, but we don't have access to for external market. So my policy has been is that if we are unable to systematically increase rates only through some conflicts, through some strong differences like Turkey is doing, they were doing it through conflicts. We used a different solution. We tried to get more access to external markets. So our policy was to get access to foreign market as soon as possible, any market, in order to get this equal opportunity. This is the reason why our economic model has not been really attractive for industrial policy.
Because our model is that we are quite open and we are building our position right on that. The same is true for the export. The first level of start is competition in terms of price, and we always try to get into the markets which had this fighting for price, the markets which were not quite attractive for us. So these are Asian market, this is Southern Africa. They are good partners in trade, but if you have access to the better market, so it's easier to sell coffee at 4 euros than 4 cups of coffee at 1 euro. So this is quite a simple example. Very often our business is oriented at the markets of Asia and South Africa, and we can understand that we can win this competition in terms of price, and where we can actually compete quite brutally, let's say in China. But at some point, we must remember that such policy brought us at some point to considering the possibilities of trading agreements with China. Now it's very complicated for us to continue this dialogue in terms of accession to Europe, but currently we still have 20% of import with China, and we have to balance it in view of new perspectives. Currently, if we listen to some producers in Ukraine who are oriented on export, they would say it's more favorable for them if we start fighting for EU markets rather than for EU. But here we have some other point. When the war started and EU became the closest market for us to touch and to sell something there, we started to change our strategy in terms of production. They understood it's not worth fighting in terms of price. We just must reorient our approach. You can integrate into European regulation into European markets, and it will be better contracts. You will spend more time working over that, but if you have orders from EU, that's much cooler. So if I just want to finalize it saying that the most interesting thing is happening somewhere under this waterline of our official discussions. We don't have such kind of official discussion. This is just like the process of entering the postgraduate studies. Either you pass your exam or you fail. So the same is happening here. We don't have such official efforts. We have a lot of work on the level of bureaucracy. But the fundamental effort is actually that these small shifts in terms of production, they must be done in such a way that part of the intellectual property would include those things from European market, from European rules. Now at the level of agrarian market, we understood this thing. Currently we have the end of the marketing year, and the agrarians are waiting for new crops, so they are like summarizing the results of the previous year. So mathematical level, we are able to join European Union, but if we consider it from the point of view of the farmers, we must understand what fears they have in their heads, why they place such obstacles on the way of accession, why this logic prevents us from moving forward, why it works only when we understand, when we show different market behavior. So when we had this shortage of sugar in the European market, we actually closed this deficit for them. But what we did actually, we just stepped on their feet, on the sugar production industry in the European Union. That's an important thing. Let me just finish this point, because in Europe, these sugar production factories, they came through the same transformation as they went through in Ukraine. They had their number shortened so that they could become economically favorable in European Union, so that the market would be actually attractive. And for many sugar production industries, this was some feature which was a demand from the Brussels. In Ukraine, we also had to reduce the number of our sugar production facilities from 170 to 30, which made them quite profitable. And here we have a very similar situation to European Union. All our enterprises are highly productive. The demand for sugar is quite high. We come to the European market, we close the deficit, but at the same time, we raise those, we sharpen those pains for the European producers, because they would say, okay, we have just come to this level of our importance, and here Ukraine comes. As soon as we reached our favorable conditions, they started to put some limits to us. So until we understand what is actually the reason of their limits on our import of sugar into Europe, we had really a difficult time. So it all relates not only to sugar, to production of different other materials. I support Dmitro here that our intellectual capacity is just appearing. If it doesn't appear, then we have the risk that our European integration will be actually such kind of cloud of integration. We have a lot of examples in Bulgaria, Romania, when it took a lot of time for them, when they already were the members of European Union, while they started to consciously understand how to work and live under the European rules. So this is the biggest challenge for us over which we are currently working. And it looks a bit strange because it looks like the need of Ukrainian producers' productive policy, which can look like a certain antagonism to European policy. But we must show here that we are actually supporting the European Union policy. But this intellectual strengthening of our production facilities would be a really great step here. So this will be maybe the most unnoticeable, but the most qualitative step of transformation in Ukrainian economy. Thank you, Taras. I didn't want to stop you because that's really a very interesting point in strengthening strategic autonomy. I would like to ask Dusan about the experience of their country. You have been leading the Czech Invest for many years. Will you have any pieces of advice for Ukraine, and what expectations do you see from Ukraine?
Це складне питання. Давайте я попробую українською. Я вже давно
I haven't been speaking Ukrainian for a long time. Let me try to make my speech in Ukrainian. So if I lack some words, then I will ask the audience to help me. Thank you for such question. To tell you the truth, it's really, we are talking about about the 90s, when our country accepted such asymmetric model. Today, I think that was our mistake, but okay, we went through it, and our sugar production facilities also complained in those days. So integration of Czech industry into European markets was quite successful. We had 3 instruments which we used here, like interventions. The first was involvement of investments. We focused our attention on involving the investment broad level and acquisitions. We identified strategic directions, industries, and supported them, gave them some preferences. So these were some market-led investments for the industries which really wanted to work on the internal market only. And it was quite a successful step. It increased our export. One thing which was here, the trade conditions with the partners in the region, and the second is to get our place in the market. And here we had, for Ukrainian producers, we are also welcome you in our market, but I will not give you our part of the market. And through involving foreign investments and some meaningful international companies, they brought into Czech economy the part of their export capacity as well, because they already had those markets. Most of those investments first, they were kind of efficiency-seeking investments, those which were looking for best conditions in Czech Republic for developing production, good workforce, which we had already. Their markets were external, not in our country, in other countries of European Union. We were already the members of this trading club, and within our accession agreement, it worked very well. We had a little drawback here. If you have too many of productive of direct foreign investment in the production facilities, then the productivity will, or the investment climate for internal investment will be quite low. So we also had big investment into services, into strategic services. In modern companies which were successful and they liked to work in Czech Republic, they added also to their value chain. They added R&D, and that raised the stability of their investment. And it raised the money flow, which also increased the added value. So this was one of the instruments which worked very well for us. The second was the integration, inclusion of Czech enterprises, small or medium enterprises, into the supply chains. First of all, of big companies, which it was done both in business. We were working directly with business. If you want this, of course, you can do anything you want. We had some businesses which were firstly looking at the suppliers from big international companies which were located in Czech Republic. So the different components, parts for the doors in the car. So with all the fittings, on the side of the government, through the Czech Invest Agency, we developed such a program for local suppliers, where we thought how to increase the level or technological level for the middle level companies, and also how to improve the business model. Because if the company is undeveloped, it may not understand how to become local supplier. We invested into this education for them to understand better what is expected from them, what business partners are looking for, not to make mistakes. What was the typical mistake here is to be logged when we have some dominant customer for your services, for your goods, and you sign an exclusive agreement, then you can get into a situation when you will not be taking the decision anymore. Your partner will be actually taking decisions. So today, I will call it some children's diseases. So this program was quite successful for these companies. It helped them to raise their level and to be included in the system of supply. Another thing, we had the support to export. It worked very often in parallel with other processes. We had a good company supplier from Czech Republic, Siemens, which after some time we had some factory, but sometime later this supplier started to supply their goods to Germany, France, and other countries. What I mean that involvement of investment on the side of supplier, raising the capacity of local companies in terms of being qualitative type of supplier, and so the possibility for export, this would create, and also the education training system. I would put it differently here. This is like building the competencies of the workforce. So I think this is quite an interesting story for our investors and other international organizations. We are quite limited in time. I'm sorry. We are detaining people for going to lunch. I will have some one question to Dmitro, and ask him how, in your opinion, will this process influence our regions? It's quite obvious that Ukraine is turning to the West quite faster than we expected, but how it will influence all the parts of our country? You need to understand here that the structure of economy has been quite unbalanced here. Please, Mr. Dmitro will have to leave at 1 o'clock, so that's why he is given the word now. We had quite a high level of regional disbalance. The economy was quite disbalanced, and the full-scale invasion influenced the eastern regions, which were focused mostly in the share of their potential on manufacturing. The second trend is the European integration. And if we have free trade agreement, if we receive a lot of foreign investments, especially inter-Western regions. So these two trends of European integration and economic recovery will influence the economic geography. And here you need to understand the competitiveness of each of our regions, what clusters or what system we can build in those regions, in which way we can better integrate into EU value-added chains. So this will all influence on strategic planning of the regions and communities. Currently, the government is developing the draft of the strategy of regional development, and after it is adopted, we will be developing the regional strategies. Currently, we are working over it for Odessa region, and we can come to such conclusions. For example, European integration can influence on the attraction of direct foreign investment. They must be focused on the industry which can be a catalyst for export. So they can be system forming. It's not for, we are talking here about transit potential or agrarian sector which were active and developing before, but for these industries which could be involved better in terms of European Union. And here we are doing some analytical work. It will let us form some preliminary vision of what production group can become competitive. We must work with the communities, with the representatives of small and medium businesses, regional development agencies, to identify these competitive advantages.
And economic geography and economic complexity, it's something which is going to be this result indicator of these two megatrends, Euro integration, economic recovery. So we need to think not just at the national level, but also at the level of each particular region. I hope that we still have our online participants with us. And right now we're expecting comments from our industry representatives. One of the section of our research was focused on metal industry. And do we have Stas Zinchenko with us? I know you've been waiting a lot for his comments, even back from Dmitro's first presentation. And now you have a chance to ask your questions or maybe share your comments. Yes, I hope you can hear me well. Just a brief comment from me. finally, we are looking not just purely trade issue, but on the issue of integrating Ukraine into EU's value chains, because this is a real integration, mutual investments, and mutual cooperation. Let me emphasize a specific question. This is a question about mining production, Russian import substitution. And Ukraine has a lot to offer in this regard. Just for you and me to know that in 2023, EU imported 1.4 million tons of cast iron from Russian Federation, while this cast iron can be actually manufactured in Ukraine, and we would create orders for our factories, we would improve our export, and Ukraine as a future part of the European Union would better integrate into Ukraine's value chains. Just for non-metallurgists, about what kind of figures we're talking about. 800, 900 million euro. Also, so our audience suggested it can be can be closer to 3 billion in total. So if we talk Russian HBI, cast iron, iron ore, and other products imported by EU from the Russian Federation, it's about 3 billions. I was talking about cast iron in particular. Another very important question is a question of green transition. Right now, European steel industry decarbonization is based on supply of millions of HBI and DRI, millions of tons from Russian Federation. Unfortunately, Russia remains the key supplier for EU, and these supplies can be substituted by Ukrainian companies. Companies are willing to produce and willing to substitute and become the key partners for EU green transition. So it's not only about integration of Ukraine. If we talk about added value, but it's also about geo-economical and geopolitical stability for Europe. European steel industry green transition may not depend on resources from Libya and Russia, which jointly contribute to very high percentage of this special raw material supplies. It's a very important step, and we already have a number of very successful cases on integration into this value chains. For example, our companies supply European steel manufacturers that successfully used for car manufacturers. Right now, Peru has signed a memorandum on supply of high quality raw materials for green steel production. Meet investors producing semi-finished products for Italy and Bulgaria, and is planning to build a state-of-art green steel production factory in Italy, which is going to use Ukrainian special raw materials. Just for you to understand, right now the biggest challenge for European steel industry decarbonization is the DRI supplies for European steel industry, DRI pellets. And here Ukraine can become a solution for it, because we have quite a lot of stock, over 5 billion tons of magnetite ore available in Ukraine. Companies are ready to new products. We are ready to support Europe. You don't need to buy from Russia. You don't need to bring them from Brazil or from Australia or from South Africa by increasing the carbon footprint by logistics operations. Here you have Ukraine right next to you, and we can work together. Many people believe that iron ore is not a critical raw material, but actually iron is critical for green transition. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share my comments. Yes, indeed, metal is a material of future. And just a few brief comments from our online participants. Do we still have Ms. Svetlana Mikhailovska? Yes, I'm here. Hello. Hello. We just heard a very interesting, very brief comment from our metallurgist. 3 billion is quite a lot. Half of our tea exports, quite large figures for our export. And so from point of view of European Business Association, what kind of perspectives do you see here? What we should focus on here during the next year? Thank you, Kirilo. Yes, indeed, we have quite a lot of perspective. Today we're having quite interesting discussion. Unfortunately, Dmitry has left us, but I just want to emphasize it's really important to focus on European strategic plans because we can become quite an interesting partner for international trade. And Stanislav has mentioned metal. I would also like to bring your attention to critical materials mentioned today, such as Titan production, which is very critical for a number of industries, including aviation industry, energy industry. We have a great stock of Titan resources, aluminate, rutile, and quite well developed manufacturing production chains, so we can become a reliable and sustainable supplier of titanium dyes and titanium ore for Europe. And our subsoil committee approximately estimates our latest stock as 115 megatons. We also have quite a lot of stock of graphite, of titanium, and what's approximate value of it, just for people who are not experts in titanium. Just for you to understand, we have just a 1/3 all European lithium stock in our subsoil. So we are ranked top 7 in the world in terms of graphite resources and top 4 in terms of rutile resources. And we also have actual capacity to extract it. In these terms, we would rank top 3 in the world. So from point of view of resource, yes, we have resources. We have well-developed production network. We have extraction capacities. Logistics was also mentioned today. So in addition to our geographic location, we also have a lot of great transit potential. But Kirilo several times asked a question about the role of government. Yes, of course, it's about smart localization is very important here to make sure that Ukraine is competitive in terms of view of our products' added value. But once again, we also have some questions about our existing capacities, and even the full-scale invasion has revealed certain problems in our internal regulations, because we are working a lot right now to engage and preserve the existing investments, to preserve existing companies working in Ukraine and attract new companies entering Ukrainian market. So it's really important for us to develop governmental policies based on the basic principles of protection of right of ownership and lawful interests of investors. It's something very important today. From the resource point of view, we do have it, and today we're fighting for our human resource as well. This is our country's competitive edge, which is well understood by our European partners. And so given opportunity to come into Ukrainian market and developing business in Ukraine is a top priority task, and no less important than our war efforts. And my very last very brief point, we have mentioned energy today, so we talk about the prospects of several years. There are many loud statements about creating alternative renewables energy hub. A military tech point was also mentioned. It's also a very progressive domain developing in Ukraine, and which makes us really valuable partner for Europe. Yes, I think this is the reason why Mr. Alberto started his speech with defense and critical raw materials. These are quite hot topics. Our dear offline participants, we have we have time for 2 very urgent burning questions. I see 2 hands. Okay, now I want everyone to ask questions, and our participants will select what to answer. Ksenia, your question, please. Hello. Since the legislators have already left our venue, I also have a question to Ministry of Economy. We're all talking about critical raw materials now. This is something really important for Ukraine, but we forget that Ukraine doesn't even have a definition of what the critical raw materials is. And right now we're about to have this draft law on critical raw materials. And so I have a question for European Commission representatives and for our members of parliament, for Ministry of Economy representatives. Could you please pay more attention to this issue? I want to represent myself, Ksenia Renchak, CEO of Ukraine's Mineral Extraction Industry Association. Our members are responsible for operations with critical raw materials. It doesn't yet have a legal definition, but if you talk about supporting business export, the Credit Export Agency does not offer enough support for mineral extraction industry. So we kindly ask our MPs, the European Commission and our government to support this industry, to introduce some codes for mineral extraction industry for supporting exports, because it's foreign currency, cash flows, cash inflows, and the most painful issue for our industry is a state secret. Unfortunately, we can't attract investment in our critical raw materials industry only because of the fact that we still have this directive by order by the State Security Service of Ukraine that prohibits disclosure of data for such data. We have heard you. Let's not focus too much on critical raw materials. Next question, please. My name is Maxim Krasikov. I have a question to Mr. Taras and to other speakers as well. Mr. Dmitro mentioned some statistics that 30% of European import relies on China. And so my question is, do you have a vision of what percentage Ukrainian producers aim to substitute, and maybe you have already some plans, some vision, some timing. For example, before 2035, we want to substitute a certain percentage of cast iron instead of South American and Chinese. Okay, question about our ambition, and I see another hand in the first row. Hello, Yuri Tretiak, Civil Society Institute. A question to Mr. Dushan. So, what has been the role of European structures, European investment funds and cohesion policy, and ensuring the competitive edge of Czech business when during accession to EU? Maybe one takeaway, one lesson, or one mistake Ukraine should avoid when dealing with these funds in terms of economic development. Okay, great. So we have 3 questions. Let's make them a little bit personalized. Is government planning to do something with critical raw materials, something specific? What are some of our ambition in terms of conquering European economy? And the last question to Mr. Dushan. Okay. Actually, first, about China. I want to emphasize again that this year we have 20% import from China, and our 20% share in the total import. We import a lot of end-user products from China, and as the Ukrainian producers also use a lot of Chinese parts, Chinese components. Let's not focus too much on China, but China is obviously the largest supplier. So it's clear that we all need this common autonomy. So we talk about integration with the European market. We still... Well, if we not talk about integration with the European, unless we integrate with the European market, we won't be able to substitute it. And EU and EU won't be able to substitute this import from China, and it's not our target. We still expect the great trade with China, but we need to change the nature of this trade. We need the proper nature of this trade. How Ukraine is different from China in terms of global supply chains. For example, if a plane, if iRobot is being assembled from parts manufactured in different parts of the world, so it's not about, so it's not arithmetical. The same is true for the Russian Federation. We already did some research on how Ukraine can substitute Russia in terms of European import, and it's a statistical model. It's very simple. The same is true for China. We take a look at Chinese import and we say we can do this, this, and that. The actual question is that you're supposed to have a enthusiastic person, a skilled enthusiastic person that can and is willing to do it, and you can support such people. So our task is to clear this space so we can have the space for innovations. There are several examples of how it can work. Ukrainian car parts manufacturers. Theoretically, we have high labor taxes. We have some issues with logistics. We have some issues with environment. Everything is far from perfect, but still they are winning contracts in Morocco and Turkey because we have something. We have this minimal age because of efficiency, because of something else, but it actually matters. I was once surprised. We often have a bias. It's easy to illustrate it based on actual cases. We had some bias about big, powerful marine country, Belarus, which was bombarding Ukrainian market with fish, with canned fish, the Santa Bremo from Brest, deep sea ports. Yeah, I'm joking. I'm just kidding. And then suddenly we discovered that our Bristol airport is this deep sea can be deep sea port too. So I have a manufacturer of salmon saying I need a certificate of origin because I'm supplying to United States. I asked him how. Well, we have a very efficient location because we have similar access to all oceans. We are equally remote. And somehow a person has managed to establish this logistics. So we should not focus on statistic, we should focus on specific supply chain. And suddenly we find out that we can manufacture a lot of products in Ukraine to substitute China, which is going to be profitable to you because of logistics, a bit more expensive but closer, a bit more expensive but more sustainable. So it's going to be a win-win situation. But at the same time, China is also our great market for us. We need to remember that in 2022, when our ports were closed, 23% of all corn, of all maize imported by China were originated from Ukraine. So we're still a part of their food security. So it's much more important, so it's much more complex than just statistics. And as for critical raw materials, we have a really nice action plan. We appreciate the invitation to the common initiative by EU and United States. And at our level, it's important to understand that we're lacking one element. And as a Ministry of Economy, we need to focus here and play a more active role. We still perceive critical raw materials in terms of extraction. So I really appreciate everything done by Romana Pimaha and the State Geological Service. It's truly important, but this work is done in terms of subsoil, not in terms of business development.
That's why it's also important for us as the Ministry of Important that we receive this invitation and we are trying to develop this business component. Both European Union and Ukraine must take it as a rule that encouragement of certain areas must go through the simplification of legislation. So it relates both to EU and Ukraine. This third question was about structural funds. If you let me make a comment here, the last point about trade. So this fundamental difference between the value added reaction and product complexity. When we found some type of industry where we can produce some complex products, irrespectively of whether we have raw materials, it doesn't depend on how close we have the seaport. We just must have good logistics for importing these raw materials, and we can process them if we have this collective know-how. So let me pass to the third question, and then I will pass word to Mr. Dushin. So at our previous event, we planned to make such a broad presentation of how the structural funds work and how they influence the economy of Ukraine, what role they are going to play in Ukrainian facility, in Ukrainian plant. Unfortunately, we didn't have possibility to do that even at this event, but such a public discussion around this issue, we are going to make such an event up to the end of this month, and we will invite all the participants of today's event to discuss it properly. So now let me pass the word to the practitioner. I will be rather brief here. The most important was the support of reconstruction and raising the potential of the industry and transport corridors. This was a great help. Then I would mention the support to development of institutions such as Czech Invest or Czech Trade, such agencies of the government interventions which could support business development, different training programs which could open the eyes for those people back in 90s, could teach them what they should do. And then when we accessed the European Union 20 years ago, we had quite powerful dotations to the program, and we had quite critical approach to them. You must remember that it doesn't only help, it also distorts the market and the acceptance of what we already have. And a big share of the problem here is how we use those subsidies and how we continue using them. So for Czech economy, we the access to European market was actually very important, more important than access to all the development programs. So let me finish here our discussion panel. We have run out of time long ago. So we have one other important panel discussion, but I think that the main narrative, the main topic here was that in analytical way, we are already accessing this market. We can access this market, but if we are able to access it, will depend mostly on us. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, panel members. Dear guests, let me invite you to join us at lunch. So in the neighboring room at 1:50, we will continue our discussion with the third panel discussion, and we will continue discussing the economic development factors. We will have the representatives of different ministries. So after lunch, please return here. You have half an hour. Thank you. can strengthen the capacity of European Union. So we came to two important parts concerning regional development and cooperation area. Before we start our final third panel, let me share the key results of the research which we had on the investments in the border area of Poland, Slovak Republic, Romania. We will show you some insights from the experience of, for example, German-Polish border area, Austrian border area, some other areas. And for this presentation, I will invite my colleague Sofiana Kachnovets, who is the project manager of Easy Business, and she will give a talk on how Ukraine can strengthen the EU regional dimension and investments in the border area. She will have about 15 minutes for her presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for your participation in our event. I will be presenting our research as my colleague has already mentioned. One second. So here I will be very brief and tell you about our structure. So we took three main components. These were the countries under our research: German, Poland, Austria, Hungary and Slovakia, and also Hungary, Romania. So our choice was focusing on these countries because their experience of accession to the European Union and the experience of these countries' accession can have a very similar experience for us, for our potential accession. So how these countries, the countries influenced after their accession, how it influenced this process, accession both influenced the new members and the old members of the European Union. Here we also looked into detail on the border countries, because that was also important for our experience. This will be a key element for us, because there are a lot of tendencies which we expect to be of a similar nature. We also use some additional elements to show the influence of investment and how the events were, development before the accession, after accession, what were the economic indicators, what was their influence on the process. So here we were talking about the cohesion policy, Interreg program, smart specialization, development of TNT network. So this is like brief result on the countries and why we chose these countries. It seems that old members of European Union after accession of new members can gain a lot. It's not one-side situation for the new members, but in practice, it's not always true. For these three cases which we were researching, the experience was very different. For example, in Germany and Poland, it might seem that Poland could really gain a lot localizing its production in these border areas with Germany, but vice versa, these regions at first had lower indicators and they were suffering more when Poland accessed the European Union. But they were quick to adapt to this process, and due to their adaptivity character and possibility to orient on the challenges, so they gained a lot. And it's not only because of the workflow, but due to localization of the several types of production. So, general overview can show that Germany was actually investing into Poland, but a lot of investment was coming from Poland itself. So it does not always work that the country who looks poorer cannot invest into a richer country. So the same situation we had the experience with Austria and Slovakia and Hungary. Austria, after accession of these two countries, did not change its tendency. The shift here was that it became kind of a centralized country of the European Union. But in the case of gaining something for Slovakia and Hungary, so Austria actually placed a lot of industries in these two countries. It increased the number of workplaces for these countries, incredibly increased, up to 80,000 employees were operating in Hungary. It also increased the profit. If we take the case of Hungary and Romania, so the dynamics was not quite noticeable here, but Romania had to invest a lot into logistics, understanding that it will help the country to develop quicker and better. In our second research, we took just the border areas of European Union and the Ukrainian regions, which are adjacent to them, analyzing what are the similar industries we have where we can supplement each other. In more detail, we looked at the cases of European countries and their influence after accession of new members. We can say that very often, for example, in German regions, first of all, they were losing because of this process, but later they were dynamic to adapt. But they had quite a sharp growth, and the growth of this in these regions was quicker and higher than growth in the regions which were located in more central parts of Germany. So what was the influence? As we use the cohesion policy here as one of the elements of our analysis, it is quite a broad thing, but it helps us to balance the possible disproportion present there. So we would like it to be absent in the regions of the same country. And Interreg was such a program which invested a lot into eastern parts of Germany and proportionally into Polish adjacent regions. So such trans-border cooperation influenced a lot of elements in this development. In the same way, they received a great amount of funds from European Union. Germany and Poland received quite sufficient funds. And eastern regions of Germany, as the result, had a possibility to shift some of their enterprises to the territory of Poland, though for 10 years there were some restrictions on migration of workforce.
And unlike Germany, Austria has not received such a large funds for development. So basically, these territories, as for example its central part, they have generated profit only because they were located in the various centers. Their fund distribution was not like, for example, German or Poland cases. At the same time, Austria as it is, has become a very sustainable member, has shown itself to be a very sustainable member of the European Union. And essentially, Austria still had a very positive impact. And also, they didn't have surges. So, as I mentioned, it's quite sustainable and sustainable member state, but still they benefited a lot through locating their manufacturing facilities in neighboring countries such as Slovakia, Czech Republic, or even more senior member states of the EU. And of course, after the Austria's neighboring countries joined EU, they have faced more market opportunities, gained more market opportunities. It's true for both commodity circulation, locations for manufacturing facilities, etc. So Austria benefited in any case, since, as I mentioned, over 400 companies, over 400 enterprises were located with high profit were located in Hungary. Their total profit is around 15 millions annually and 800,000 employees. These are quite high figures taking into account the general trends. Here we are about to consider how EU country borderline regions are matching our region and how they were developing. Also, it may seem like in case of classical periphery, their total indicators there is some technical issue, I guess. So their total GDP, then engagement level was quite low, and it's still so. Nevertheless, in Slovakia and Hungary, for example, unlike Romania, which has quite a low level of people engagement in more high-skilled professions. So in Slovakia and Hungary, we're facing quite a different situation. Quite to the contrary, they witnessed more growth and they try to enhance their workforce. Once again, in case of Romania, after accession, they didn't witness rapid growth. So only later they started to invest into development of logistics, seeing a lack of inflow of investments. Here we may also pay attention to smart specialization. So what industry are mostly located in the regions of interest for our case? So there was a development of different industry which was growing and showed some changes over time and was affected by funds allocated as part of cohesion policy, Interreg, etc. Here we basically have identified some points on how Ukraine may benefit from these policies, or for example, how potential accession in this transition periods may positively affect Ukraine. For example, engagement of funds and the big since if we get back to other countries, various investments funds invested more in German region, in Polish region, while Austria didn't have much access to these funds, but it still maintained its sustainability. Before the war, Ukraine had quite a low level of investment engagement. I mean, private investments and European funds. But nevertheless, in order to implement our plans and national strategies, including those related to recovery, we in any case need to attract more investments and ensure better use of these investments, because if we had low figures before the war, most likely it won't get any higher after the war. But once again, we do have our strategies and we need to implement them, so we need to increase the level of engagement into these projects, and one of them is Interreg, because there is a great funding for it anyway, and the idea here is not just to dispose of this money. The idea is that this money is designed for cross-border cooperation. So the question is how we can benefit from our neighboring country and how our neighboring countries can benefit from us. It's about this cohesion policy and so in order to avoid the negative points faced by other EU member states, for example, when a large bloc of countries joined the EU and which first negatively affected Germany, we may strategically realize this experience in order to skillfully use these funds and make sure that our neighboring countries do not lose from our accession, so we may basically implement joint projects which already exist and which are already being actively implemented. Of course, there are some priorities, and on our side, we need to show constant interest to it. And in addition to interest, we need to also properly show that our country is ready to implement it. Our country is able to appoint responsible coordinators for this project. Here we have also identified some recommendations. We have classified into two major categories: governmental recommendations, applicable both for Ukraine and for European Union, and later I will show recommendations for business stakeholders. Actually, there is a saying that every new thing is a well-forgotten old thing. So there is nothing new, no new at the point. So you don't need to design anything new to improve the situation. It's like the legislative adjustment in terms of technical regulations or other regulations that may make certain process more complicated or result in delay in some process, including euro integration. It's also about continuation of the TNT system development policy, because, for example, there are some researches conducted by European Commission which shows that the longer TNT routes are, the more investments will be attracted, and it's not just about road construction. Logistics is always closely intertwined with trade. Trade is always about logistical routes, so it's good it's always good to consider logistics when selecting locations for our clusters. So we need to improve our logistic routes, especially since we have a green light from the EU. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in 2022 Russia and Belarus were excluded from TNT projects, and now most of these routes are running through Ukraine. Of course, not some of them are functional now, but they are still considered very high priority, very high potential. It's not just about overland routes, it's also about marine ports. And this survey, this research also mentions that in addition to growing investments and relevant GDP growth, it will also contribute to more jobs because there is a trend for location of large enterprises, large manufacturing facilities next to logistic routes. As for business stakeholders, the key focus here is on their ability to adapt both to the market, to ability to research the market, and to new risk management practices, especially take into account the fact that Ukraine is right now under legislative transition. Here we need predictability and understanding what are the trend, what's expected to happen, because right now we are focusing on EU legislation, but still we need to be able to adapt to the market. And we need to develop a new level of cooperation between enterprises to achieve the level of synergy, like, for example, in critical raw materials or in logistical route development, looking for alternative distribution channels. So that's it from me. We also have more detailed report on this research. We will later share it. There you will find some more statistics, more discussion, more year-by-year comparison. And I think we will, in the future, we also will be able to share some of these deliverables. Great, thank you so much, Sophia. So, dear colleagues, it was a kind of warm-up after our lunch. And now we continue our final third panel discussion, which is called Regional Development and Border Territories under Euro integration. So what are some economic development factors? But we can also expand the topic and include also social and economic development, because everything relevant for economy is also relevant for people, for human capital. We have mentioned it several times. Because here we're facing some migration challenges, we may also include this topic. So everything is very closely interrelated. And now I kindly invite our speakers present offline in our studio. Today we have Mr. Dmitry Turchak, Director of Department of Strategic Planning and Regional Policy, Ministry of Community Development, Territories and Infrastructure of Ukraine. We have Ms. Irina Sushko, Executive Director, leading expert on border management and migration, Europe without barriers. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Rostislav Timonchuk, former Director General of the Directorate for Coordination of International Technical Assistance of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and most importantly for our point, Interreg National Coordinator in Ukraine in 2021-2024. And we also kindly invite Mr. Yuri Tretyak, head of the Center for Cohesion and Regional Development in Civil Society Institute. Online, we also have some participants joining us online. Alexandra Zarkhina, Deputy Minister of Development of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure of Ukraine in 2022-2024. And now freelance expert, Mr. Sergei Herasimchuk, Deputy Executive Director, Director of the Regional Initiatives and Neighborhood Program, Ukrainian PRISM. And we also have two more experts. Excellent. I can see everyone now. We see you. So I have already introduced Alexandra and Sergei. We also have Miroslav Kashelyuk, our national expert representing this project, and he's also curious experience and development of the Odessa region recovery and development program. And we also have Mr. Albert Sorosal, expert of the TESIM project, technical support to implementation management of any CBC programs. Albert, welcome to the panel. Thank you for joining us today. So, dear colleagues, as you see, as Mr. Dmitry Shulga said, we're about to have a mini round table. I don't know how we are going to discuss everything between 40 to 50 minutes, so I hope we are understanding and we finish it a bit late, but we're about to have a really cool panel. And I would like to start with Miss Alexandra. She's on the road right now, so she asked to be the first to speak if no one minds. So the first question for you, Alexandra. You basically were one of the coordinators together with your colleagues from the Ministry of Economy. You were responsible for development and approval of Ukraine plan, Ukraine facility. We're really curious to know what regions can expect and what communities can expect in terms of Ukraine plan, in terms of infrastructure, reconstruction, and regional development investments. And from your experience at the ministry, you were leading this department. In your opinion, what are some of the key challenges in terms of community and regional capacity? This is this question about using funds, operating funds donated by our European partners. Thank you. Thank you so much for a chance to speak here. Actually, there are 3 points which I believe to be key here, which actually closely related to the study just mentioned. We always talking about our capacities to implement the best practices of European cohesion policy, and the top priority issue for us is the issue of capacities, regional capacity, community capacities, and also the central government capacities. So, being former representative of government, I want to emphasize that Ukraine is a superpower, and our superpower is our civil society. So everything done in this direction right now, where we have weak public institution, we need to focus on the power of civil society. And historically, not only during the age of our independence, but even before this, these non-public institutions had helped us to maintain the progress achieved. So it's just a general point, but I think everyone understands what I'm talking about. And here we have 2 things which are directly related to the question about what we are supposed to do in order to achieve capacity to implement this platform. First of all, Ukrainian plan. As you remember, in the text of this EU regulations, there's an article about the need to allocate at least 20% on modernization of infrastructure, construction infrastructure at the subnational level, in particular Ukrainian communities. So this article is a key that creates opportunities for communities and regions. But we don't yet have a final approval at the level of European Commission Ukrainian government on how exactly to implement this mechanism, how to make sure that this percentage of funding is actually located at the local level, and it's not just investments done locally, but we have the whole project which is in compliance with the best practices of European cohesion policy. So we need community leadership, and we need very specific steps to implement the program documents prepared by the communities. So here I would like to address the communities, the government representatives, my former current colleagues, to focus on this point and to make sure that during this large public investment reform, we don't forget about subnational level and this spirit and philosophy of our policy. This is a key opportunity.
So the second thing, it's about our strategy of regional development. It wasn't adopted by the government, and it has our future government has to look at it thoroughly. So there will be a new ministry or whatever organization, but this document must be reviewed and it must be adopted by the government, and there must be some serious work in this direction. So all those beautiful structure which is linked with the regional policy, it must work. So I wish all of you success, and I will not take more of your time. Thank you, Alexandra. So we are going to Mr. Dmytro Turchak. You have an advantage in terms of serving in the government, because irrespective of the political leadership, you have some kind of stability. We would really like to feel this stability. Ms. Alexandra was looking at the strategy of regional development, which has not been yet approved, and you really have such a big challenge in terms of institutional and ministerial level, because it can be a reverse process as well. But it is interesting for us and for the communities, for regions, to understand how prioritization is happening in terms of facilities which will be renewed, recovered, how realities of war influence the strategy of the ministry in terms of planning. And if we focus on border regions, these are our western and southwestern regions, what is the focused place there? Thank you for the opportunity to talk here. The topic is very interesting. Alexander started the discussion in the right way. I can just provide more details, some internal insights from the ministry, and talk more about deficiencies of the documents Alexander mentioned. We also discuss with the NGO representatives, with the members of public, the strategy of regional development. We have quite a broad discussion. Not everyone is happy with the quality of this document. Some people think the focus has to be shifted, but for that time, when it was developed, the ministry and the government chose that type of philosophy. Currently, this document is under review of the ministry, of the Cabinet of Ministers. It has been 4 weeks already, and we are waiting to see the position of new ministry. Maybe they will decide to make some radical shift in the position. But I think that plus-minus strategy will get the final result as it is. It will not get a lot of changes. And we will definitely have it, because the third quarter of this year, in terms of Ukraine facility, we must adopt the strategy. And if the government is not able to adopt it in the third quarter, then it means we will lose a lot as a country in financial terms as well. So we can be sure that the document will be adopted, may be reviewed, some mechanisms will be improved. I think we have enough experts in Ukraine to finalize this process. How these changes will be different from the previous document? We will have some elements of regional approach. We will be looking at the same events, mechanisms, but from the different point of view, depending on the type of the regional territory. We are discussing the functional type of territories. Maybe you have heard about the Cabinet of Ministers resolution on the criteria of recovery of the territories. And it's been 6 months that we have done quite a big work on offering those criteria. And together with the strategy draft, they are waiting for the new minister where they will be reviewed. There are some disputable issues and we have deleted it. So we are not taking into consideration the displaced people. 2 months ago, we had more communities, but currently we consider there less number because due to the attacks, unfortunately, we are losing more and more. So we suggested defining the territories, the border territories, divide them into two types, those which are advantageous and which have non-advantageous conditions. So these territories require some special approach. This is the border with the Russia and Belarus. So we have completely different approach there, and all the measures which are offered for the European Union border. So there we have a different approach. So I think that we will be working actively over it. We are also considering the program, the government program on transformation of coal extraction regions. We are working on new mechanisms, and I think these programs will be developed under each functional type of the territory. So the ministry wanted to introduce some changes to the law because the territories which we defined there, their definition is not relevant anymore. Especially there were some sustainable development territories. Currently, none of our territories can fall within the definition of sustainable. Of course, back then we had some logic under it, but now we need to introduce some changes. There are a lot of other issues in this law, but I think that our experts, Ukrainian experts, they are quite educated, both from governmental and non-governmental organizations. They will be able to make this law workable, and it will not depend on political decision, on the name of the political leader, because we understand we must anyway do it. So we need to review our approaches, to review the specialization of these territories. The Ministry of Economy informed us 2 weeks ago that they have some new methods of smart specialization, and after adoption of this document, we will be able to develop the roadmap for these regions. We are working with Polish experts working over such strategy, and we will be following the methodology and the practical experience of European Union here. We will look at their approaches, we will understand and try to adapt those standards to our reality. So this will be some standard plan of actions from Europe. It will be a bit difficult for us to pass it through the Cabinet of Ministers, but I think we will cope with it. So this is just my comment in brief. I would like to continue in this direction and talk about cooperation and the instruments, the tools. And here we have Mr. Rostislav and Mr. Albert, who are the pioneering experts in Ukraine and abroad, who know the Interreg tools. So, Mr. Rostislav, the question is, from your point of view, from your experience, so over 4 years in connection with this program, what was lacking or what is lacking for Ukrainian government and the communities to be effective in this tool, and how the war influenced the priorities of Ukrainian counterparts, what they place as the priorities, and if there will be any changes. Thank you for this question. I've been doing it over 10 years, so this is just part of this period that I was involved in Interreg program. So what I would like to add up here, several comments. It's a quite complicated but at the same time simple question. What we need here, we need systematic approach, we need workforce. We lack workforce. We have a lot of advisors who know the way to go, but somehow nobody's following this way. Many people are saying we will do that, we will go there. Everything we hear is future tense. I always hear about future, but it never passes to the present. So this is a challenge which we must review, rethink our approach to it. It's much easier to point the way, to show the way, than to participate and actually to follow this way. So this is the biggest challenge here. Another challenge is absence of enough personnel, enough workforce who understand and who can deeply analyze what decisions can be taken at their level and at strategic level, who can calculate the indicators, identify them, identify the risks, and who can provide this dynamic, not stability, not sustainability, dynamic which will approach our processes to European Union processes. And it is different from the process of ensuring sustainability, which is actually concerns with preservation of what we already have. And some people may consider that it's better to preserve what we have. So these are more technical issues. As we can say that we are following these both ways, but the results can be different. Very often in our communication with the European Commission, you might hear such phrases. So this is your business, you must do that. We have our own regulations. We cannot dictate you or show you how you should do that, how you should develop this strategy, how you should ensure its implementation, its monitoring in Ukraine, how you should comply with the indicators. We just show you the document. So every our member found their own way. So it's your business to find the implementation way. The more important for us is to follow the key indicators. And here, while we identify those frameworks for us, we must look for the best examples, for the best practices, not just for the best examples in words, so that we could analyze those challenges which were faced by other membering countries, not the candidate countries from the Baltic countries, but the member states, because it's a completely different story. Who we would like to see as an example, which challenges we want to analyze. And we must try to consider those challenges while developing our system, and consider the situations which they had. In terms of funds, on the local level, and to answer your question briefly, so in strategic planning, we lack some transparent planning, the insurance of this compatibility, not just distribute, but to ensure the possibility of getting funding on competitive basis. If we launch it on competitive basis, then our regions start competing for the resources. Then they will start thinking about ensuring their capacity and stability. They will be thinking about necessity of providing their own workforce to provide for this competitiveness. To develop the documents which will be strategically sustainable and workable, and their plans must actually follow those strategic documents. All those documents must identify key priorities in the development of the regional economy. When we put all these things into one matrix, then this car will start moving. And then it doesn't matter whether this region is in the center of Ukraine or if it is close to Ukraine or to Belarus. It will just depend on how personnel management will be good at evaluating their own situation and providing this dynamic, synchronizing all those components which make it move. So all these programs, including Interreg we are discussing here, so for you to understand, these are tools of the European Union for the members of the European Union. We are not the recipients of those funds. The funds are managed by the members of the European Union, as they have already this management and monitoring system for these funds. So they are aimed at their so-called depressive, maybe this word is not very correct, but those regions which are on the outer borders of the European Union, so hypothetically they are developing in a much slower way than the other regions. As we are on these outer borders of European Union, we must help somehow in their development, and we must add to this development. That's why we launched such a trans-border cooperation program, which actually helps to develop regions on both sides, fosters their interaction and search for joint solutions for these problems. One more comment. I'm really happy that the trans-border cooperation program is currently under such distribution. A lot of people know about it, and our task was actually to use this tool to its maximum capacity. We wanted to align our systems of control with our future membership in European Union. We must understand that for the countries of European Unions, their budgets for trans-border cooperation and the budgets which they receive for other programs, they are very different. So these funds are relatively small, and sometimes the stakeholders on the other part of the body, they are not very much interested in participating in these projects. If you can find those communities for yourself, start fostering those processes through the structural funds, if you are able to receive 2, 5 million, 10 million, and here we are talking about trans-border cooperation where you can win about 1 million for repayment of the hospital. Of course, they are participating because they understand the importance of these missions and trans-border cooperation, but this is not the financial situation which they would be interested in. From our side, the situation is very different. This is maybe the only financial instrument for these Western regions where they can involve any cost for some of their projects. That's why we see a completely different approach and understanding of the philosophy of these funds, what we want to use, in which way. Of course, in the absence of the funds, and currently we don't have them for objective reasons, of course, these funds give them some possibilities. They make it possible for them to repair some facilities, to develop other facilities. But we must understand that we have critical lack of such funds to provide, to stimulate, to promote this cohesion, which we are mentioning here so often. That's why we need some separate tool, some facility, which could be the first chain which would give us this system of control. But we are to take the decision on what will be the structure of administration of these funds, of monitoring these funds, and how it will show the priorities which we show, whether it is going to be recovery or whether it will be regional development. We cannot call regional development to be recovery, but it will not be enough to cover both of these areas. One more point as to the funds. I wanted to synchronize my answer with the previous speakers. We must understand here that the problems raised by our experts today, like what was happening to Poland when they were not the member.
And so all these three programs, they were managed by Germany. Poland did not manage this fund. She was a father, the grants, like we do now. Of course, now we're interested in building these best practices. We're looking for these opportunities. What can we do now in order to build these institutional systems for faster integration? But Western, you know, the history of Western Poland's its borders, World War One, World War Two. So of course, the Western Poland was more industrially developed. If you remember, the division of Poland, the border was just shifted a bit, and so some territories, the territories were kind of mixed. I'm gonna be very diplomatic about it. So the western part of Poland had better economic development, and here it's important to understand that this economic growth points existing in the beginning or in the middle of the past century, it's easier to develop these points than just to create new growth points from the scratch. And another important point is that if we talk about smart specialization, about engagement of investments, and of course all these programs developed by Poland after receiving structured funds were primarily focused on the transformation of economy, upgrading of economy to give new momentum for the economic opportunities of the Western Poland. But if we talk about now, I think the last funds received by the Poland, 75 billions, they were used the most efficient because the Poland has very clear management system for this fund, very well designed strategic system, prioritizing system, who's going to receive this fund, for what purpose, how we are going to manage this fund. So these 75 billions are clearly allocated for specific goal tasks, for specific purpose, and they're having the general matrix. The countries that do not have this well-developed systems, they will never reach the 50 billion, from a European budget. So countries may be quite successful in building this system, and it will directly influence the rates of economic growth. But please remember that every country during any event says we're using European best practices. We all visited Poland, we all observed it. But when it comes to practice, everything is quite different. Everyone was listening to the same facilitator, everyone had the similar practical classes, but it's all different in different countries. Here, since we mentioned the best practices, I noticed Elena Pavluk, the director of Lviv Euro Integration Bureau, raised your hand, and we're really curious to learn more about Lviv experience. Elena, if you're here, we can hear you nice and clear. Could you please share some of your reflections? How is program relevant for Lviv and Lviv region? Hello everyone, thank you so much for inviting me, for having me. Actually, our Lviv Euro Integration Bureau was created in order to improve the community capacity on the way towards Euro integration of Ukraine. And one of our bureau's goals is to participate in local self-governance, structural units of our cities, so to promote the participation in the European programs. And since the Interact Europe program was recently opened for Ukraine, we have been quite active in applying to this program, and here I can share some of our hands-on experience of organization. Actually, right now, me and my colleagues are managing around 20 projects. We have organized around projects we jointly applied to this Interact Europe programs funds. And I can share a bit of some issues, about some issues we have faced. First of all, it's partnership. The goals needed for cities, urgent cities, we need to find partners, reliable partners that will be able to create a consortium. To be honest, I'm not sure, Mr. Rostislam perfectly outlines the situation that these funds are used by how these funds are used by European partners, but I think there is a reason behind it, but because this organizational capacity to arrange a consortium, we don't yet have it. We also have an additional challenge in form of war, and the displacement problem is also very acute. So this is something we have been actively trying to address. Another very simple issue is when you transfer some project to the local level, such as water supply utilities, heat supply utilities, people have language barriers. Sometimes they're not fluent in English, and it's very important for communication. Then we have faced another challenge of capacity. I mean, it's project management, project thinking, understanding of our targets and indicators provided as part of the program we are planning to achieve. These are also some things we're actively working together with our communities. And another very interesting issue we have faced when working on this program is the issue of refinancing. I mean, you first spend your own funds and then these funds are refunded to you, and it's about allocation of funds in local budget. In case of Lviv, it's a cooperation with executive bodies, approval by city council, deputies, so it's very nice democratic process related to funds allocations, but it also affects our city's performance in this part of this program. And we're also facing another challenge now. This is the issue of interaction between legislation and these local financial issues, how the funds are really funded, how we are supposed to use them, how we are supposed to report on it, how we're going to cooperate with the state treasury. So, you know, the saying, the devil is in the detail, and these details have quite an influence when you want to design the whole route. You want to see when you have a good vision of what you're going to have in 3 years. So it has a lot of influence at the local level. And I also agree with the previous speakers. It's really important to make sure that the parties which is applying with you doesn't really need the program. Because if, for example, Poland has quite a lot of funding from structural funds, the €1 million for them is not that much. They're not really willing to participate. Well, for us, it's actually a big amount, a handsome amount, which can be used to address a lot of very important infrastructural issues. While Interact Europe is about sharing experience. So sometimes local governments may not be willing to participate because they don't see any clear profit from it. Of course, people who with strategic thinking see it, but people who need to clean the street today, people who need to take care of some very routine things, they are not always prioritize experience sharing. So I'm sincerely grateful to you for giving me a chance to share some of our local experience on field. And I think now this cooperation is of utmost importance. And promotion of Euro integration system at the self-governance level is one of our top priorities. So thank you so much for this chance to share some of my experience. Thank you so much, Miss Olena. We just really wanted to hear some of the voice of communities. And now I would like to build a bridge to Mr. Albert, who is joining us online. He's a key expert of TSIM project. I will ask all our next speaker to stick to 5 minutes. And Mr. Albert, from the point of view of your experience, you have already heard some tips and tricks mentioned by Mr. Rostislav, Mr. Olena Zvodela from Lviv about capacity building, capacity of local administrations, of regional administrations, of local authorities, about English language, about reporting. What will be some of your suggestions and advice for Ukrainian participants of Interact program, maybe based on your prior experience? And what opportunities do you see for this new Interact 7 program?
Thank you. Well, talking about speaking in English, my apologies, but I will speak in English because unfortunately I cannot speak in Ukrainian. Well, I think that what Olena was saying, it's very important in the sense that somehow the capacity of and then also the speaker, the researcher that presented the study was also talking about capacity building. I think that in the last 15 years that I have been working in the cross-border cooperation between Ukraine and European Union member states, there has been a significant increase in the capacity. So I think that on that sense, the experience since 2007 till now of hundreds of organizations and local authorities and regional authorities in the border regions is now, let's say, somehow paying off. So it is you have a lot of people that is prepared for this. But of course, there's more work to do, and not only at the regional level, but also at national level, as Mr. Tomenchuk was also indicating. So there has to be a big commitment of people and training and capacity to prepare for accession. So on that sense, I would like to say that the first speaker was talking about the huge impact that the cohesion funds had in Poland or in Hungary or in Romania. And it is very clear that the cohesion funds will have huge impact in Ukraine when you will become a member of the European Union. But accession is not tomorrow. It's not today, basically. What we have today is Interreg. And Interreg is, for me, is a huge opportunity in the sense that is a kind of anticipation of what you will have to do when you will be a member state. So even if it is only some few hundreds of millions of euros, which, I mean, as Mr. Tomenchuk said again, it's a small amount compared with what you will need to manage when you will be a member state. Let's say somehow participating in the Interreg programs at all levels, so at national level, but at regional and local level, is a kind of, in itself, this participation is a training for what Ukraine will have to be prepared for in the future. So on that sense, I think it is of strategic importance that all the stakeholders take very seriously this opportunity, that they try to participate, that they try to understand the rules. The rules of the European Union are not always easy, and following all these regulations and procedures and reporting is not always easy. But having the opportunity to do this with small projects now will allow you to absorb the funds later. I mean, I was talking with someone from Croatia some weeks ago, and they were saying that when they started to manage the funds, when they became a member state of the European Union, they were in shock. I mean, they were absolutely unable to see the huge amount of money that was coming. No? So all this inflow of money that will be there when you will be a member state, you have the opportunity to see how to manage it now. And on this, I would encourage everyone to take very seriously these projects. And you have lots of opportunities. Olena talked about Interreg Europe, if I understood well. Interreg Europe is a very special program. It's about policies, but you have other programs where you can have real investment. You have the program Poland-Ukraine. You have the program between Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and Ukraine. You have Romania-Ukraine program. I see in the participants there are a couple of persons from the Joint Secretariat of this program today with us also. And you also have the Black Sea Basin program where you participate with other countries in the Black Sea, with Turkey, Armenia, Bulgaria, etc. So these programs, and then you also can participate in the Danube program with 14 other countries. So this is giving you the opportunity to build partnership, to learn from organizations from the member states and also from other partner countries that are working together, and it gives you the opportunity to start investing. So in Poland, Ukraine, for example, they just approved more than 60 projects in the health sector, and these projects will be investing in the western regions of Ukraine, in hospitals, in health facilities, and so this is a real investment. By the way, with pre-financing, so it's not like your Interreg Europe. So there's money from the moment you sign the grant contract. So all these experiences will help you to get to a better position when you are a member state, and therefore I think that Interreg is really strategic on that sense, and that you can seize this opportunity to start building your structures at national level. And on this, I agree with Rostislav that there's a big challenge there, and at the government to start building up the structures, perhaps in a small scale now. But if you start with the structures helping these 7 Interreg programs, then you can upscale them later on when the structural funds will come to Ukraine. So please, I mean, if you have any specific question, you can put it to me. But my main message is this: Interreg is an anticipation of the future, is a pilot experience that will be really useful for all the Ukrainian institutions that do not start from scratch. But as I say, the cross-border cooperation has already more than 15 years of history. But now you are in a new stage where you are really working as if you were a member state in Interreg. So in Interreg, Ukraine has exactly the same role that Slovakia or than Hungary or than Romania in most procedures. So you are like a member state. So seize the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Дуже дякую, пане Альберте.
Thank you for those inputs. And we are going to listen to our speakers and their comments on this topic. Okay, this microphone is better. Ms. Miroslava, so you represent not only the project Decide, you are actively involved in the development of the strategy of recovery and development of Odessa region. It's also a border region, and we will be interested in hearing the influence of war on the development of the strategy, and what place of this cross-border cooperation is what role Odessa is playing in this trans-border cooperation. So about 4 or 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much for inviting me into this discussion. I think I'm quite happy to be involved in the development of two border areas. This is Odessa and Lviv. So they were quite different, had quite different tasks. So first of all, this is development of the strategy for these regions. And in Lviv, the first strategy we developed, this was agglomeration strategy. So I have the possibility to compare these two regions. Very often I am asked the question if we are talking, if the talk about the strategic development is relevant in terms of war. But we have very simple arguments here. First of all, if we have a deficit of the future, then we have kind of depression in the country. That's why such description of the future, it motivates us to be ready. And for example, for Odessa region, it's quite relevant because speaking to different people there, I have heard a lot that today it is quite relevant to rethink the vision how this region is going to be developed. The second argument is that we really have to rethink a lot of things here, and we have new things to look at. When we talk about European integration, and that this is one of the moments which makes us change approaches, especially to strategic planning. We must remember that in many cases, strategic planning in our country was quite formal. We had a strategy written just for it to be written, and it was kind of obligatory thing, but it was not backed up by the real process of rethinking. First question which I would like to pay my attention to is how possible it is today under such conditions when we do not understand how quickly we are going to gain our victory and how difficult this way will be if we can really plan under such conditions. We are linked to the European strategic planning, and we are living in this framework of 2021-2027. And for strategic planning, the period is quite short. So in this way, one of the innovations that we have implemented while developing the strategy for Odessa, the first thing, we call it the strategy of recovery and development, because we think that this process must be interlinked. And we see the horizon of planning. The second horizon will be for recovery, and we think that we must interlink those processes, and such approach lets us look at this perspective for many years ahead in terms of accession to European Union. So if we talk about long-term and short-term planning in the context of our today's conversation, such regions as Odessa, Lviv cannot plan their future looking only in some local perspective. In practice, when we were talking with different organizations on their visions of development of Odessa region, we could define that this region has, it provides a connection of Ukraine with international markets. We must pretend to be one of the key regions in the Black Sea area. In the same way, when we are talking about Lviv, we understand that as of today, we cannot look at it as Lviv only in the context of the western part of Ukraine. We must understand that Lviv, this or that way, will have an influence on the eastern part of Poland. And in here, I would like to draw your attention to another point, which is present, which is relevant for both regions. Both Lviv and Odessa, they are so-called water border lines. So we were discussing before lunch that those border cities, they influence only their area. It's quite small territories, like 30-kilometer areas, but it doesn't mean that those cities will not be active in development of neighboring regions, of the regions of other European countries. We must be thinking about developing this aspect as well. So the third point here I would like to mention, which we have already mentioned a lot during discussions in different panels, that so far we do not have, until we become the members of European Union, we will not have the access to big structural funds. So these funds, which are really oriented at the member states, Ukraine facility was defined as the tool which will simultaneously support the development at this stage. It will have the functions of pre-accession form. So we mentioned already that there will be resources for communities for their local government development. There are such programs as Interreg, which we mentioned several times. There are sectoral programs as Ryzen, Life, as Rasmus, and so on. It's very important during this process of regional planning to consider capacity building as one of the focuses. Capacity building of the communities to prepare the projects, to be involved in the projects for government funding. And it will mean in this or that way that they get funding at the expense of Ukraine facility tool as well. And they will get some funding from European Union. So maybe these funds will not be quite big, quite extensive, but this is capacity to work over the solutions which will enforce their development. Motivation of the neighboring regions of the member states is not really high, but there are some research which show that from all those border regions of the member states, approximately 1/3 1/3 of the regions of European Union have borders with Ukraine, and the research shows that the level of development of central regions, as a rule, is higher than the level of development of bordering regions. In this way, our cooperation with these territories, as it was mentioned before, will have a big advantage for member states. So these are the main points I would like to emphasize. And I would like to outline that if we are ready to do any strategic planning now, it must be made in a thoughtful way, and it must not be just the document which will be placed in some cabinet. So we are passing now to Mr. Yuri, who will be talking about the policy of cross-border cooperation, about the deficiencies of this strategy. Maybe we should expect some changes which must be implemented in terms of this process. Thank you very much. Thank you for such an event. You really planned it in a very deep and profound way. I think all these issues are correlated, and in reality, economy of Ukraine, of regions, depends a lot on the policy of cohesion and of the regional state policy of Ukraine. It's important to say that starting from 2009, Ukraine has been trying to develop its regional policy based on the inheritance from the Soviet Union. Somewhere back in 2008-9, we started 3 key reforms which had different results. The first reform was the local self-government reform, or decentralization of government, which brought quite a successful result. The second important reform, which was studied in 2008-9, this was reformation of the regional policy based on European grounds, and here we had both positive and negative results. But the framework which we managed to create here is in compliance with the approach of the European Union, because European experts, European technical aid was supporting all our development work starting from 2008 up to now. The third reform which failed completely was the reform of raising qualification of the local authorities. And it's quite a big program, because today we mentioned a lot the capacity of local communities. We don't have such a system that would ensure this capacity, and this problem must be solved. If we talk about these important things on the background of what we have heard today, I must say that we have quite a good framework, but we have a big challenge, the war. And all those affected territories, all those destructions, they also fall under the subject of regional policy. So the Ministry of Regional Development must take care of the recovery of those regions. So our strategy must also relate not only to development, but to recovery as well. In this direction, we have the report of European Commission of the November last year, which has very good recommendations. So if you are interested in it, you can just refer to this document. So they are all valid, those recommendations. I support each of them. They speak about the territorial development of the policies and the capacity building of the local community governance. But what is the key issue here is to receive the access to this policy of cohesion, to get the access to European funds. We must do a lot of work, so-called homework, which will be the following. We must do 6 things. First is legislation. European Union has 5 regulations. It's about 400 pages of legal type of text, which regulate the work with 4 funds and Interreg. 5 regulations, which have reference to 100 other normative legislative acts, which in this or that way have to be implemented or considered in the Ukrainian legislation. So in terms of legislation, we have a lot to do here. Just a lot. So just to translate all those things into Ukrainian language, to analyze it, to see what must be implemented, how to adapt our legislation to all those regulations. We have analyzed all that. You can find it on our website. So the next step, we must develop the system of institutions which would govern in the regime of joint administration or shared management, as we call it. This is really important. We were mentioning Interreg Horizon program here, but all these programs are governed by so-called direct or indirect governance. 70% of European funds, including funds of European Union, are administered through the shared administration mechanism. It means when the funds are developed in the member state, and European Commission trusts those funds to the governance strategy of this country, and the country ensures competitive selection of the projects, monitoring, audit, reporting system. All these things are happening within the legislation of the country which receives such guidance. We have done nothing in this direction. We had several elements of such shared governance, but until we create such a system in Ukraine, and we must start doing it now, we will never get access to European structural funds.
And there are some opportunities for preparation because we have Ukraine facility. It was mentioned today. This is actually a tool of pre-accession support for Ukraine. We won't have any difference. We also have 20%, 1 billion euro. But unfortunately, in Ukraine plan, this billion euros were distributed between 3 different domains. Human capital, energy and transportation. Human capital basically refers to school, to social infrastructure, schools, kindergartens. So we're about to face this new team of the Ministry of Infrastructure is about to face a great challenge. How is Ukraine supposed to use 3 to 4 years before the next program period of European Union to develop the management system, to start using the Ukraine facility funds immediately under the system? Because unless we do it, even before joining the EU, because so if we're about to join in 2028, 2030, still unless we do it, we won't be able to take a single euro out of these funds, because we're not going to have these guiding principles, we're not going to have this management system. I'm just being really brief, I'm about to finish, but another very important element is administrative capacity at all levels to manage the system and to use the opportunities created by the structural funds. And here we have a great issue. And so this third, unfortunately, failed reform is not beneficial for us. It's rather harmful. I mean, the fact that it has not been done. Another ultimately important issue is programming. Why? Because Mr. Dmitro mentioned that within the governmental strategies, the plan of measures, we are going to develop programs in consistent with European approaches. This is a key point because depending on the programming of our regional development at all levels, it's going to determine the flow of Ukraine facility and structure of funds. And here we have both positive and negative, very positive experience of Poland. It's a very interesting country for us, not just because they are efficiently using this fund, but because they are comparable with Ukraine. They are quite large, they receive quite a lot of funds, and this management system as part of cohesion policy built by Poland is very indicative, exemplary for us. So we need to carefully study these lessons. So today we have a chance to learn, but a lot will depend on how the team responsible for these processes is going to build these workflows and their ability to use this opportunity. Well, thank you, Mr. Yuri. I think our panel will not be possible without the human dimension. And here I have a question to Ms. Irina and Mr. Sergey, because for now we are not yet a member of European Union, we're not yet a member of Schengen zone, so we need to show our passport at the border, travel by car, travel by bus, sometimes by train. I hope soon travel by planes after a victory. And this is our human dimension when people when Ukrainian people are directly interacting with the system. What's with our integrated border management system? What's with our potential migration crisis? In February 2022, the Eastern European border almost collapsed. But we need to understand that at some point, Eastern European border is going to be the Eastern EU border. And it's a very important technical mission for us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Actually, I believe that cross-border cooperation is a very important topic for discussion, and it's impossible to discuss this topic in depth without a general understanding what's going on in the border control policy, because cross-border cooperation functions under the umbrella of border policy. So here I am trying to be as brief as possible. I have just a few points, key points in my opinion, which we are observing right now in this area, which we call the integrated border management. This is actually European system Ukraine has implemented since 2016 quite successfully. So first of all, after the full-scale invasion, the border have become even more important. And in addition to security issue, we also have a number of other issues. Economical, which is actually great because that's how it was supposed to be since the very beginning. And in addition to the challenges we're facing, we're also having some opportunity. Now I'm talking about the solidarity routes mentioned during some of the previous sessions, and in addition to it, we also seeing some opportunities provided by cross-border cooperation programs. Ukraine is yet to learn how to use them. So I believe that this conversation about border areas today is impossible without focusing on this integrated approach. So we heard some of our colleagues from border regions today. Our recommendation to representative of profile of government bodies, which included into integrated border management working groups, which includes over 12 Ukrainian authorities and national partners, is the following. It's truly important to include the authorities and self-government bodies from borderline regions into this working group, because without their participation, we won't achieve the understanding of how this policies is supposed to be and how it's supposed to be implemented. When I mean we, I mean the expert community. So we strongly encourage, and we hope that our voice is going to be heard. So we strongly encourage to adapt the existing integrated border management strategy and its action plan to the modern challenges and needs. And in particular, we also encourage all the stakeholders, including representatives of the Ministry of Infrastructure, being a driver of this border-related process today, not to mention the coordination of automobile border crossing points, and they are also coordinating the negotiations on common customs control. So here, it's really important to pay attention to it and to combine, to integrate, to generalize the strategic documents we are having today. From Mr. Sergei Terkach, we've heard that there is a new vision of border development which is underway, but no one yet has been involved and no one knows exactly what this document is. So we kindly asking you to coordinate this document with other strategic documents in order to make sure that we have this clear understanding of what are some top priority border crossing points should emerge now. And finally, the availability of border crossing points is crucial to intensify the cross-border cooperation. Let me share just one case, Ukrainian-Romanian border, where we currently observe a very high activation of border infrastructure building. Bila Krenica is a community that asks to construct the border crossing checkpoints there to add more life to the community, to revive the community itself, because there is a very close relation between the availability of border cross infrastructure, access roads, and cross-border cooperation. So let me emphasize this very final thing. It's really important to ensure harmonization of all strategic documents and make sure that all stakeholders agree on a consensus conclusion on what to do. Should we enhance the border crossing points? Should we build them in the form of modular town? Do we need mobile border crossing points? What attitudes are we going to use? Taking into account what Mr. Vassal just mentioned at the very beginning, we really hope that soon our border will become EU internal border. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Irina. And the second part of our human dimension is for Mr. Sergei Herasimchuk. I know that Ukrainian Prism has quite a fruitful cooperation with neighboring country. You've been quite attentive to their internal policy. I mean, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Moldova. So, in your opinion, just for our general audience, for civil society, for business, for government, for business associations, in your opinion, what are some key points to pay attention to when planning large-scale regional project, and what should be considered in terms of internal social dynamics and political processes in the neighboring country? So what are the most important considerations? Maybe there are some cases, some things people tend to forget about, but they normally have a great influence, such as local parliament elections in Poland. Thank you so much for this opportunity to join your discussion. Thank you so much for truly exciting session. It was extremely interesting for me to listen to previous speakers. Since we're going beyond our timing, and I'll try to be brief and use my time to highlight both my hopes and my concerns, and to finish with some of my reflections. So let's start with my hopes. Our neighboring countries on EU side as an object of a lot of interest and a lot of attention by the whole range of global actors, and this attention has significantly intensified after 2020-22. We see this attention to Bucharest 9, this association of Visegrad for Baltic countries, Romania, Bulgaria, the eastern flank of NATO, Eastern NATO flank, which is mostly exposed to these challenges and risks caused by the Russian war against Ukraine. There is also great attention to this initiative of 3Cs, which is stably developing, and now it's receiving more impact, more opportunities, thanks to the fact that these infrastructure initiatives are highly facilitated by the possibility to use a dual-use infrastructure. I mean, the capacity initiative, which is where the infrastructure is used for security supplies, for security logistics, and also it's important for us to remember that this project is generally in line with European priority in terms of building this north and south corridor, and Ukraine is doing its best to become a part of this corridor, so the 3C initiative is indeed important. Here, it's also important to note that the security dimension gaining new relevance has resulted in significant development of the region's defense industry, because the countries such as Slovakia, Bulgaria, Poland, Romania, they have their own defense industry, and the big players are coming there because right now one of the largest such as Rheinmetall is building up its capacities in Romania, and obviously, regardless of how fast the war in Ukraine is about to finish, building the security capacities of the countries in this region is going to remain one top priority during the next decade. Now let's talk about some of my concerns. My concerns that the region is right now in a zone of significant political turbulence because of elections, and I'm not just talking about European Parliament elections, I'm talking about national elections as well. The presidential elections in Slovakia have recently ended, and we know about tragic incident happening after these elections, the attempted assassination of the prime minister. Its results to society polarization between pro-European forces and the opposition. Some more conservative politicians leading the states, President Pellegrini, Prime Minister Fico. We have some challenges in Hungary, which is trying to compensate the lack of positive dynamics with Brussels by playing with China and with Russia. We know the last visit of Xi Jinping to this visit was marked by the fact that in addition to Paris and Belgrade, they also visit Budapest. We have full election scale in Romania, both local parliament and presidential elections, which are about to happen this year. There we see the growing popularity of populist forces, Source party, and my concern is that these populists are speculating with the issues of supporting Ukraine and security assistance to Ukraine, and sometimes even with the issue of Ukraine's territorial integrity. In particular, our party representatives during the speech in Yas around a month ago raised the questions that Romania is not going to be needs to return its so-called historical territories, which are now a part of Ukraine. We have the similar situation in Moldova. Polarization of society, pro-Russian forces, pro-European forces. On one hand, we have Maya Sandu, which is a candidate which is going to run for president, and the elections in Moldova next year are of critical importance, because we have Maya Sandu's party running, an opposition party running, and this opposition is going to undermine her presidential influence, which can be done in a parliamentary republic, which Moldova is. We have this Shore party. We have this called Moderate Party, which according to some rumors are funding by by some foundations before which led the Moldova European Party.
So let's summarize. Let's summarize here. Yeah, I'm just final comments. Bulgaria, who is one of our important suppliers of weapon, so they are also expecting the elections. So what is the issue which actually connects it to the current topic of our event? If we look at the regional specifics, then we see actually on one side some pro-Russian forces, and on the other side we have pro-European forces. So the eastern regions of those countries, they usually support some pro-Russian regions. So the development of these regions at the expense of cross-border cooperation is of highly importance for us. And it's very important to bring this idea to those regions that Ukraine is their possibility for development. This is what I mentioned, this possibility in the beginning of my speech, that their cooperation with Ukraine would create additional workplaces, which will involve additional investment into these regions. And we must emphasize that contacts of public organizations, between public organizations, will actually balance the possibility to manipulate the wishes and the inclinations of the people residing in these eastern regions. So we are going to have a big wave of elections in these regions, which will intensify turbulence in these areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Sergey. You really touched such points of concern for this and for the next year. So we maybe Taras will also have some comments, final comments to finish this session, and maybe some positive comments as to local governance. I would like to speak on the in terms of European level, because our country also works with communities and their strategic planning and recovery and their movement towards Europe. So we have developed several plans on recovery of some communities, and we think it will be enough that when the communities actually adopt such renewed strategies. And we decided to help those communities to implement those strategies. Some communities were looking at them as some short-term documents. Okay, you give us money, let's develop some projects and start implementing them. Very often the communities were eager to take those funds, and they were not thinking if those projects have some long-term future. That's why when we were approaching those communities, we were emphasizing that this plan must be linked to their development for a long term. So recovery and development must go one-to-one. So our recovery plans, we are finishing them in 8 communities, and we very often face the question if we will really need those recovery plans. We were trying to emphasize that, look, you are developing those plans for your community. Don't look at the state or national level. You have a very specific list of projects, or let's say description of the projects, which will be oriented on the receiving funds for your community with these specific deadlines. So something that is expected by our foreign partners, which would like to see some specific things the communities require. As of today, we are finishing developing such plans for 8 communities, and there we have worked over 1,250 projects. So it's some kind of approximate funds we are asking for. So we are talking about regional communities and some type of village communities. We are trying to translate all those documents in English and reach our partners and donors, both on national levels and private sector. And one more important point here. So we were talking about the capacity, and next point, the final stage is actually capacity building. So usually we say that the rule of any strategy, 10% is the document itself, 90% is implementation of the strategy. And we started our communication with the communities how this implementation process will look like. So first of all, this is building of the effective system of evaluation and monitoring of this work. And secondly, this is a search for the partners. We are looking for this big list of partners' resources where our partners will address with their applications and ask for the support in implementing those strategies. Here we must intensify the capacity through the creation of some project offices. Later, we ask the communities to create those offices. Now there is a possibility to be funded by donors, and we think if it will go in some systematically correct way, if it will be created on a massive basis, then we will have some coordination headquarters, which looks like the same was created in Poland. And when we start talking about the implementation of those strategies, we actually know how to keep this decentralized recovery of the communities. Thank you, Taras, for such comment. Colleagues, let me thank you again for participation in the discussion, especially Irina Sushko, Dmitro Turchak, Alexandra Zarkina, Sergei Herasimchuk, Rostislav Tomenchuk, and Albert Sorosel. So the final word goes for our organizers. Good afternoon again. It's a big honor for me, and it was really interesting to be present at this event. First of all, I appreciate the support of our donor, International Renaissance Foundation, because they are really interested in strategic autonomy of European Union and our development. So for me, it's quite understandable that if European Union wants to intensify this cooperation with Ukraine, they might go for such tailored approach for Ukraine, because we are not a standard country, candidate country for the European Union. We are going through such a crisis which is unprecedented for the history of European Union. Of course, we have support, we have Ukraine facility, but we need more long-term change in the strategy towards Ukraine. In my opinion, new European Commission, which will start working in 2024 at the end of this year, it will have a really big historical chance to change the policy of enlargement of European Union and renew this strategy. I really hope that this European strategic autonomy will become a part of this big vision of renewal the cooperation with Ukraine, and we will meet many more times to discuss all these points which we mentioned today, especially those which were mentioned by the third panel in terms of regional development. So starting with the capacities of the communities and finishing with what these communities really want to do for their development. So I think we had a lot of stakeholders in this audience who are really eager to help them in their approach. So I will pass my microphone to Vasil. I think it was really good for you to listen to all our panel members.
Thank you, Ivan, and thank you so much for spending the most of your day today with us. I'm sincerely grateful for people joining us online, from Romania, from Brussels, from Poland, from Ukrainian parts, from Lviv, from Chernivtsi, from Zakarpattia, from Ivano-Frankivsk, and other parts of the country, think tanks, business association, public organizations. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will also share the results of our research following this event. We will highly appreciate your feedbacks, your comments, cooperations, ideas, and ideas for further discussions. We entirely open and to finish, and now we kindly invite you to enjoy the coffee in the same room where we had the lunch. Thank you, Renaissance Foundation, for this venue, for this coffee break, for this little coffee break. Please enjoy, have a nice, peaceful rest of your day. I wish victory for Ukraine, and see you soon. And thank you, Euro Integration team of Easy Business, all the members for your support. Thank you, language team. Thank you, video broadcast operators, technicians, photographers, and all other stuff. Thank you.
Rec-